Meeting is in session. Welcome to the Wight County School Board meeting, where our mission is to prepare students for college, career, and life. Today is August 10th, 2023. And Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call?
Mr. Colick, Mr. Cunningham,
Present.
Mr. Wooster,
Present.
Mrs. Tynes,
Present.
Mr. Marsh.
Here. And just for those that are watching and listening, Mr. Collick's out tonight for personal meetings, so I'll be filling in for him.
Can you move your mic a little closer, please? Thank
Is that better?
you. Yes.
All right, Mr. Wooster, can I get a motion to approve the amendments for closed session?
I'll make a motion to approve the amendments for closed session.
Second.
There aren't actually any amendments, it's just the agenda.
Oh. We have to rescind it, and then we have to redo a motion to approve the
We haven't
agenda.
voted on it. Go on.
Yeah.
I rescind the motion for amendments going into closed session.
Now,
Second.
okay.
All right. Mr. Cunningham,
Yay.
Mr. Wooster,
Yay.
Mrs. Tynes,
Yay.
and Mr. Marsh.
Yay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda for closed session.
Second.
Hold up. It's fine.
Good. Motion and second, we'll take a vote.
I gotta put my glasses on and see it. I voted. Okay, it went through that time. It's a little sensitive tonight, the touch screen.
On that, motion passes, and we'll go into closed session.
No, approve the agenda. Approve the motion to go into closed session.
Oh, okay.
I make a motion to go into closed session to review the personnel report and addendum posted on board docs under Personnel tab 15.1 and Personnel Leave Request Matter 2023-001 as authorized by Virginia Code 2.2-3711A1 for purposes of discussion and consideration of prospective candidates of Isle of Wight Public Schools for employment, contract changes, transfers, salary adjustments, supplemental contracts, deletions, supplemental pay, resignations of Isle of Wight County Public Schools employees.
That's it. Second. I thought,
No, that's fine, but before you second it, I wanted, Mr. Wooster. I missed some of those numbers in there, but that's okay, it's fine. Maybe you were correcting yourself. I missed it. You said 2, 3 something?
you didn't read that.
Yeah, dude.
You did? Okay, so I guess you're good. I didn't hear.
Okay, I picked up the 2 something, but I was looking for the other numbers he read, but he was probably correcting, so that's fine.
So
So we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Wooster and then Mr. Cunningham, correct?
Yes. All right, and the motion passes. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak in closed session?
No, sir.
All right, then we will go into closed session. Ready?
I'm ready.
Meeting is in session.
I make a motion. The closed meeting was conducted in conformity with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act as required by Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia, and certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements were discussed, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered.
Second.
Motion and a second. We'll take a vote. Motion carries.
I'll make a motion to add the following agenda items to the open session agenda. 1, resolution to amend FY 2023 operating budget. And 2, personnel leave request matter 2023-001.
Second.
Motion and a second. We'll take a vote.
And Mr. Marsh, I'm going to place the resolution to amend the budget at 12.5 and the motion for personnel leave request matter 2023-001 at 15.2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Mr. Wooster, would you lead us in a moment of silence and a pledge, please?
Everyone, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
Thanks, Mr. Wooster. Welcome to the Wight County School Board meeting for August 10th, 2023, where our mission is to prepare students for college, career, and life. For those in attendance, we're missing Mr. Collick. Chairman is out tonight for some personal reasons, so we're going to carry on. Madam Chair, do we have anyone signed up to speak? Madam Chair, Madam Clerk.
In accordance to policy BDDH-E, presentation of information on any subject will be concluded at the discretion of the board. No person will be recognized to speak more than once. Citizens scheduled on the agenda to speak will be permitted 4 minutes maximum time for their presentation. Delegations will be requested to limit their speakers to 2. Persons speaking are asked to be specific, state the issues for the board's consideration, and attach a copy of your prepared remarks. If you have prepared remarks, they should be given to the board clerk. Please do not approach the board members. Any matter relating to specific students will be heard by the school board only in a closed meeting. And first we have Mr. Greg Brown.
working? All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everybody's having a good summer, and nice to see everybody here tonight. I'd like to talk a little bit about the governor's recent proposed change or recent changes to the model policies and some reasons we should not adopt those here in Wight County Schools. So to me, the basic question is, should people be allowed to be who they want to be, or should they be forced to conform to society's image of who we think they should be? And if you think that, then who gets to decide? Does the governor of Virginia get to dictate to people who they are? Does the school board? Do we as the community? Do parents get to decide who their kids are? Not who they act, but who they are. And how do you see that working out in the long term? In the short term, yeah, you can enforce control over behavior by discipline, but at a certain point, kids grow up, they get to make their own decisions. And I mean, that's hoping they get to grow up, since LGBTQ kids are 4 times more likely than their peers to attempt suicide. I'd like to remind the members of the school board that the people that would be impacted by these changes are children. And growing up, we all know, is hard enough without adults adding any more obstacles or hurdles to their lives. I'd like you to consider, and I'm sure you're wise enough to realize, not everybody draws a good number in the parent lottery. We would hope that all parents would love and accept their children, no matter what, but we all know that is not the case, unfortunately. I mean, we know there are kids here in Wight County that rely on the school system to eat on a regular basis. But there are also children that rely on our schools because that is where there's an adult that they trust and that will listen to them without judgment. Taking this lifeline away will only harm our most vulnerable kids. Studies have shown that only 1/3 of LGBTQ kids have parents that accept them, which means, I'm an engineer, 2/3 do not. So if they have a home where they are not accepted and they can't be themselves, who are they supposed to talk to? Everybody needs somebody that they can trust and that will listen to them without judgment, and some kids rely on the school system for that as well. I'd also like to take this forum to point out, if you want to know what's going on in your child's life, maintaining a level of trust with them so that they will tell you what is going on in their life is a far better method than trying to force the school system to tell you what your kid is like. Finally, governor's policies are based around the idea that parents should be the primary decision makers in their children's lives. I would submit that each individual person should be the primary decision maker in their life. I'm certainly not going to accept somebody else telling me who I am and how I should live my life, and I wouldn't dream of enforcing that on my kids. I will correct their behavior when I think it is wanting, but I'm not going to try to tell them who they are as a person. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Mr. Herb DeGroft.
Thank you, Eric. Mr. Chairman, board members, Herb DeGroff, the Carsville District, District 5. At July's board meeting, Mr. Maris questioned the 30 June 23 financial summary, stating as shown on the board video. So for the folks looking on and for the folks paying attention to our financial summary under the general fund revenues, there's a $4.5 million plus in the far right-hand column over our revised budget amount. In layman's term, that means above what was budgeted. Why are Mr. Maris's 2 statements about the $4.5 million overspending not in the draft minutes? Hope that'll be corrected. 2, were Mr. Maris's comments about this $4.5 million overage conveniently omitted, or was it just a mistake? Looking at 30 June's supposedly corrected financial summary leads me to, on the 30 June financial summary presented at the 13 July board meeting, it says in bold, the budget expended or encumbered year-to-date at a spending rate of a percentage above 100. This really documents IWCS spending more than was approved for the fiscal year 73 budget. So, you all agree that IWCS spent more than budgeted? Please nod your head in acknowledgement if you agree. Previously in a board meeting, Dr. Coleman and Dr. Kramer wanted to use $1.4 million to renovate a portion of Old Hardy to make it to central office. Both stated to you and us they had the money in the budget, but provided no details where the funds were going to come from. We still don't know. Mr. Colick at the time said, "I need more time to think about it before making a decision." And Mrs. Tynes looked at him and sarcastically said, "He must be a slow learner." She's not a slow learner because she managed to expend and engineer funds needed in a classroom, lining the departing superintendent's, plural, pockets when they left. Not too smart. Did the $1.4 million for our central office move have anything to do with the overage of this $603,000 that was spent during the 23 fiscal year? Or was it because the old board, under her leadership, allowed the one-time COVID money to be spent on pay increases, stupidly, that always have to be carried forward? Once you give somebody pay, unless you're going to take it back, it continues on forever. So will the CFO and Dr. Kramer explain the updated, supposedly corrected 30 June 23 financial summary tonight? Lastly, the personnel report lists under salary adjustment that a teacher at Windsor High School is going to get extra duty supplement for additional blocks, in violation of what I understand is the Virginia Code 22-1-253 13.2 that requires middle and high school teachers to have a planning period every day or the equivalent, unencumbered of any teaching or supervisory duties. If he can tell you there's a authorized legal modification, get him to do so. You're paying him a lot of money to give you advice, so get that advice. But I don't know that there's an exception in the statute. Lastly, during the June 22 school board meeting, Dr. Thornton presented the SOL results. We still haven't gotten them. Maybe we're waiting until summer's over. But in any case, there still stands out, how did we do with remediating our young folks, particularly in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, who got stuck in the COVID shutdowns and disruption? How did they do overall, and what are we doing to make sure that those kids in that age group are getting the remediation to help them come up to competency level in math and reading? So tonight, we're waiting for Dr. Kramer and the CFO's explanation of this financial summary. I'd like to know about Mr. Maris's remarks being omitted. And thank you very much. And Ms. Tynes, you're still invited to the 24 October candidate forum that you haven't responded to yet. God bless y'all.
Ms. Renee Dial.
I think it's good. That was a lot to unpack. Good evening, everybody. I'm Renee Dial. I wanted to talk about policy I and B, particularly C and F. So for those who haven't read it before, C states that no one is inherently a victim or oppressed due to their race. And I particularly love letter F. There is no systemic racism or bigotry perpetrated by the United States or any governmental entity. I know that Marsh, Wooster, and Colick wrote these policies because they weren't in there last year, and they also voted to approve them. That's quite interesting. I don't understand how a system can't be racist when people that are running the systems can definitely be racist or biased. When I was on the board, Voight Boykins, a citizen, sent me an email and stated that he didn't understand how 4 black board members could represent a county that was 80% white. Dick Rice also stated before and spoke to many people at Thornton's retirement that if the current board, the last board, had voted in a black superintendent, that the new majority, if they were to win, which would be Marsh and Wooster, that they would try to let him go, even if he was qualified to be the superintendent, just because of the color of his skin. I want that to sink in for a little bit. Those were 2 remarks, but yet Heidi Schwartz and Laura Fletcher told me it's not about race. Also, when I was appointed, I really didn't have much say, according to some constituents and citizens, because I guess I wasn't good enough. I'm pretty sure I know I was smart, but maybe, again, it was the color of my skin. Also, Colick, when we went to our retreat in Charlottesville, stated that he did not like Kiana Cox, solely because when she went to go visit Windsor members, and she was introducing herself, she stated that she was a queen and her husband was a king. So I guess if she would have referred to herself as a peasant, maybe that would have made him feel a little bit better. These are things that were said, but yet people keep telling me it's not about race. It's absolutely about race. This election in November is definitely about, if Wooster and Marsh wins, this is definitely going to be a change because they're going to be in there for 4 years. And if we still have the superintendent, they're going to be able to hire the next superintendent. So for teachers, you have the right to say what you want to say now. We're already restricted by some of these ridiculous policies that were put into place. They can't be touched right now because gratefully we have a good superintendent that doesn't see race. But with these two on board, and they get to hire the next superintendent in 2 years, teachers beware. They're going to hire somebody that has the same views as themselves. Birds of a feather flock together. And I say all that to say, because the citizens, I wanted to make sure I pointed out the things that were said to me, the racist things that were said to me, because, you know, like I said, birds of a feather flock together. Your ideologies are the same. I'm really curious as to why certain members and constituents and citizens that think this way support Marsh, Wooster, and Colic. Again, I can't stress enough that birds of a feather flock together and your ideologies could be very similar. We need to do away with these stupid policies. I want to know how on earth you're going to tell me that I have never had anything done to me racism-wise. You're going to tell me there's no systemic racism? Says who? You don't represent me, Wooster. You might be in District 2, but you definitely don't represent me. And your ideologies that you wrote here in this policy definitely don't represent me. You know, the crazy thing is when I go around town, I actually show these policies. You should see the disgust on people's faces. But I'm glad they're there because now we can unseat you come November 7th.
Time.
And best believe we will.
Mr. Uzzle?
Good evening, Board. Michael Zahara District. I would like to take this moment to ask the Board that I need to sit and talk to the whole Board, Mr. Secretary, to finish up some old business that I have to tend with and some new business. So I would like to someone set me up to talk to the Board and the Deputy Superintendent as well. So what I got to say, I want the opinion from y'all before I carry it any further. But I done my research. But I just want to see where you would stand when I bring it to y'all. I know some of y'all heard the say so, that see something, say something, do something. That's one of my mottos as well. We got to start doing something. Put past the differences that we all have in the board system and all that. But it's time for to knock that away. Come together. Do something that we all can appreciate from. I would like to also have a chance to talk with the new contract guy that we had for Brown to do the school grounds. It was ABM. I got some concerns about them too as well. I know they just got here, but I need to talk to them as well. Just give me that meeting with y'all before I go any further. And I hope we can solve this thing before it gets a little too far. Okay? And I thank you for your time.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Marsh.
Thank you. All right, we're moving right along to 12.1, food service meal prices.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the school board, food service meal price. Oh, I said it the wrong chair. What you have before you is the motion to approve the adult food service meal prices increase from $2.55 for breakfast and to $4.35 for lunch. The only increase will be for the adult meal prices. It will not be for the student meal prices at all. As you can see, for elementary, was always $1.30. Now it's still $1.30. Same for lunch. Middle and high stays the same, and even milk stays the same. The adult meal prices has increased from $2.25 to $2.55, and increased from $4 for lunch to $4.35. So those are the increases. This is an action item to approve for the adult food service meal price to increase. Are there any questions?
Thanks, Doc. Any questions?
I'll make a motion to approve the adult food service meal price increase to $2.55 for breakfast and $4.35 for lunch as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Clerk will take a vote, please. The motion carries. And item 12.2, auction items for Old Hardy. Dr. Coleman.
The next item will be the auction item for Old Hardy Elementary. We have already asked to auction off certain items that we actually took from Old Hardy, and also items from around the county, from the food services department to some of the Old Hardy kitchen items and different things of that nature. What we have found in the auctioning of Old Hardy equipment, there's several other items in the school that can be auctioned off. Different items, for example, as the curtains from the stage and other little items around the school. There's too many just to lay out a big inventory of those items, so I'm seeking permission now to everything in Old Hardy that we can salvage to auction off those items, and then bring you back a list of those items that we could auction. So the motion to approve the auction of any items of value that remain in Old Hardy Elementary School, excluding the wings that are being renovated into the new central office after everything has been 100% moved and transitioned to the new Hardy Elementary School.
Thanks, Doc. Any questions? Get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the auction of any items of value that remain in the old Hardy Elementary School, excluding the wings that are being renovated into the new central office, after everything has been 100% moved and transitioned to the new Hardy Elementary School.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Clerk will take a vote, please. Motion carries. Moving right along to agenda item 12.3, grant appropriation.
Good evening, Vice Chair Marsh, school board members, and Dr. Kramer. Before you, we have the request to increase the FY 23-24 grants fund budget by $14,518.95. These are for two grants. One is the Early Childhood Special Education Curriculum Grant Award that we received in the amount of $12,508.95. The second is the Overseas Healthcare Foundation amount of $2,010 that is for the Virginia Preschool Initiative. And so we're asking for your motion to approve these items so that we can get this award allocated to our grants fund budget.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the board? Ms. Harris, just are these federal or state grants for those that are watching?
The Early Childhood is a state grant, and then the Overseas one is more of like a private one that's not from the state or federal.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the request to increase Isle of Wight County Schools FY 2023-2024 grants fund budget due to increased funding in the amount of $14,518.95.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, take a vote. Motion carries. And now we're on agenda item 12.4, addendum to the ESS contract.
Yes, so each summer we have an ongoing auto-renew contract with ESS to source or contract out our substitute services. And in each summer we have to approve an addendum, or the board has to vote to approve an addendum for the pay rate. That is adjusted each year, or at least approved each year, even if it remains the same. So you're presented with two different options. One is the exact same as what we had this past year in terms of the funds. The addition to that is that we are opening up our candidate pool for substitute teachers to include those with a high school diploma, which code allows, versus someone who has an associate's degree. So up until this year, Isle of Wight has historically required over the code required degree level when it came to substitute teachers. And so we are opening up our candidate pool in order to provide our teachers with more support in taking leave that they are accrue or allocated each year. And so the first option has the addition of that high school diploma degreed candidate and the pay that they would receive, which equates to the same amount of pay that someone with an associate's degree would be paid. So this is the option that leaves the pay the same. The second option delineates the pay based on the level of degree. So a high school diploma would make $90 a day, and then the associate's degree $100. And so it delineates based on your degree level is the amount of your pay. And it did that before, but we're adding that extra degree level in. The concern is if we were to drop the pay lower than $90, we would be below the required minimum wage of $12 an hour come January 1st, 2023 of this school year, which is why the lowest we can go is what it's already set at, which is at 90. So if you have any questions, in talking to Dr. Kramer, our proposal is that we move forward with the second option, which is that delineation of pay that aligns with your degree level. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the board?
Mr. Marsh, we would just need to include the option in the motion, which option you guys wanted to go with.
And so just to be clear, option 1 is what you're recommending to increase, correct?
I don't have it labeled that way. Can you tell me on the, yes, I believe so.
Yes, I think that's correct. It's the first option that's listed.
Yes, that's correct. From the board memo, yes, option 1.
Got it. So, and if the board approves this option 1, what is the additional cost to the FY 23-24 budget?
Okay, so we were at approximately an 80% fill rate of all of our jobs last year. So 80% of the leave submitted that needed a substitutes were filled. The other 10% were absorbed by the staff that are working in our schools through like coverage of blocks, that sort of thing. If the fill rate stayed the same and we got back the exact same candidates that we had last year, like if no one with a high school diploma accepted a position and so they were all getting paid at the escalated rate, it would be a $90,000 increase. Now, that is worst case scenario. Obviously, our intention is to pull in those high school diploma candidates. However, to note, in doing this, we're hoping to increase the fill rate so that our teachers do not have to bear the burden of substitute coverage. It has been one of the things that they have voiced the most concern about when it comes to wellness in their jobs. And it's also been in some people's
exit surveys one of the main reasons why they left the profession. And so with that said, if your fill rate increases, your funds will also increase even if we keep it the same. So that's just a note as far as that goes.
Sure. Thanks, Ms. Sullivan. So at the end of the day, the goal is to stay competitive for substitutes and ensure we have enough substitutes so that our teachers aren't utilizing their block time to fill in those gaps.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Can we get a motion?
I make a motion to approve the addendum option 1 to the ESS contract as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Can we get a vote? Motion carries. And that moves us to agenda item 12.5, which was added, FY23 operating budget, Dr. Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm going to ask some of our staff members to join me at the dais as we prepare. So, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to address a budgetary matter pertaining to the budget for the past school year 2022-2023. As you well know, board members, the budget for last school year 2022-2023, was passed and approved during the spring of school year 2021-2022. And please let me be clear so that we do not confuse the timeline and conflate the budget and or the year we're speaking of. The matter that I'm discussing at this time is not, and I repeat, is not the current school year we are in, and is not the budget that the current board approved this past spring for the current 2023-24 school year. Again, for clarity purposes, the matter that I'm discussing at this time pertains to the budget that was built during the 21-22 school year for 22-23. Having said that, the appropriations for the budget for the past school year, which was the 22-23 school year, was $67,992,692. The expenses of the school division for the 22-23 school year last year were $68,595,855, resulting in a net over expenditure of $603,163. Now, I think it is important to explain to you, our board, and the community how this occurred. Additionally, it is important to note that the deficit was far greater than the $603,163 prior to extensive cuts that we as a school division made internally to address the matter. There are three primary reasons for this deficit and shortfall, and they are the transportation category, the substitute teacher category, and a reduction in state revenue for average daily membership, ADM, or student enrollment. I will expound upon each one separately. First, as it pertains to the transportation category, this resulted from a significant oversight by the CFO from the 2021-22 school year, who again built the 22-23 operating budget. In the transportation category, the bus drivers were given a raise during the 2021-22 school year. Those raises were paid for out of the Federal Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Grant Fund, better known as ESSER. Unfortunately, there were no remaining funds in the ESSER grant funds to support the raises for the 22-23 school year. Compounding the problem, the CFO from the 21-22 school year also did not budget for the raises in the 22-23 operating budget. Therefore, we had bus driver raises that totaled $903,383 that were not budgeted for in last school year's budget 22-23. In other words, we were obligated to find $903,383 for the bus driver raises that were not included in the 22-23 operating budget. The second primary reason for the substitute was the substitute category. Again, the CFO from the 21-22 school year who built the 22-23 budget also did not provide enough funds for the substitute category. The CFO from that year, 21-22, budgeted $231,000 for the substitute category, which may have been appropriate funding during the pandemic time period when we needed far fewer substitute teachers, but was far from adequate for a traditional school year when we needed far more substitute teachers. Again, $231,000 were budgeted, but the school division actually spent $677,000 for the substitute category, creating a negative balance in the substitute category of $445,532 in cost overruns. And the third primary reason is the reduction in state funds for the student enrollment or average daily membership, ADM. For school year 2022-23, the state projected that Isle of Wight County Schools would have 5,568 students, but the actual enrollment, when adjusted, was lower than that at 5,460 students, a difference of 108 fewer students, which resulted in $944,592 less than expected from the state. If you're keeping tally, the shortfalls were transportation, bus driver raises, $903,383, substitute teachers, $445,532, and a lower ADM average daily membership enrollment projections of $944,592, totaling $2,293,507. Now, your smart people and a few obvious questions would be, why aren't we, as a school division, asking for the $2.29 million? When this matter was brought to the attention of the school division superintendent and leadership in early February of 2023, we made our board leadership aware of the matter, and we shared that we would put a plan in place to do everything conceivable to address the shortfall within the school division, and we did just that. We did everything we could do to pay our own bills. We made excruciatingly painful cuts to programs, initiatives, and projects that we knew we would need to delay. A few examples are, it was budgeted to purchase 4 new school buses. Each new bus would cost approximately $135,000 times 4 buses. That was approximately $540,000 alone that we saved. In addition, we froze all accounts and only purchased items that were deemed to be very important or essential. Despite all of our excruciatingly painful cuts and our efforts to be fiscally prudent and responsible, we still came up short by $603,163. Because of the reasons I have mentioned, and with a tight operating budget, we had very little margin for error. I wish to thank our CFO, Ms. Harris, and our leadership team, those who are sitting before us here and others, for their support and their efforts to mitigate this budgetary challenge. Otherwise, we would be asking the Board of Supervisors for an amount over $2 million instead of the $603,163 if we had not taken immediate action. Another question I would suspect you would ask, have we made the adjustments to ensure that this does not happen for the current school year that we are in, the 23-24 school year, The answer is yes. We've made the adjustments. Our CFO, Mrs. Harris, adequately budgeted for both the bus driver raises for this current school year, 23-24, and the substitute category. As a result, this should absolutely not happen again. And I must make this important and emphatic point. Let me disabuse and deter anyone from the erroneous assumption that we can in any way sustain the painful and harmful cuts that we sustain this year in future years. Let it be known, board members and community members, that these cuts have set us back as a school division. As you know, board members, school divisions cannot carry a deficit. Therefore, I have informed the Isle of Wight County Administrator, Mr. Keaton, of this matter. It is also important to note that the financial statements we prepared and presented are unaudited at this time, but they will be. Nonetheless, we are confident that the numbers are accurate, but the numbers are subject to final audit adjustments. We don't believe that there will be a significant change, but I want to make the board and the community aware of that point. Board members, our staff, and I are prepared to answer your questions, but before your questions, we are formally requesting that the board approve a motion, the resolution requesting the Board of Supervisors of Isle of Wight County, Virginia, to increase the Isle of Wight County School operating budget for fiscal year 2023 by $603,163. With that, Mr. Vice Chair, if I may ask my colleagues, Ms. Harris, are there other comments you would like to offer before we take questions from our board?
I would just like to say that we worked our hardest to try to mitigate this situation here by freezing the budget. As you all well know, I came in on February the 17th, and on March the 30th, I was issuing out a memo to the school division to freeze the budgets. So we have done, exhausted all that we could to try to not allow this situation to happen. This is the first time I've actually entered to a situation such as this, but I am confident in the measures that we have taken. And I promise that this shall not happen again under my watch.
With that, Mr. Chair and members of the board, we welcome your questions.
Thanks. Any questions from the board? This time? No questions? I got questions. And to be fair, I already know the answers to most of these, but I'm going to ask these so that the folks listening can get a little extra perspective. And Dr. Kramer, thanks for your very articulate explanation, much more articulate than I would have been. So we're talking about three separate budgets. We have our current operating budget, which started July 1st. Our last operating budget, which was 22-23, and the root of all this problem, which started in 22-21.
21-22, yes, sir.
21-22. During FY 21-22, according to the June of that year financial report, the last one of the year, Isle of Wight County Schools received $11,795,000 in grants. Some large part of that was ESSER funds. Of those ESSER funds is where we came up with two of the three shortfalls we're talking about tonight, the substitute pay and the bus driver, correct? They weren't budgeted for the follow-on year. So we received ESSER funds in 21-22 and failed to budget them in 22-23. Same can be said for the substitute, correct?
Yes, the bus driver raisers were not funded at all for 22-23. The substitutes were funded, but at an insufficient level.
Understood. And there's a lot going on here. So the next year, last operating year, 22-23, Isle of Wight County Schools received $10,945,000+ in grants from various reasons. And a large part, again, was ESSER funds. This current operating year, 22-23, the one that started July 1st, 2023, we're estimated to get $3,637,000 in grants. That's a significant decline. I recall sitting out there in 22-23, hearing your predecessor make the comment, we literally have buckets of money that we have to figure out how to spend. It's near and about a direct quote. Was anything that happened that got us to where we are right now illegal?
Absolutely no. There was nothing done illegally. There was, as I stated, an oversight. There was just poor planning, and the CFO who built that budget, certainly not the current CFO, failed to add the raises to the 2022-2023 operating budget. And again, as I stated in my prepared statements, the CFO also failed to adequately fund the substitute category. It was funded at the pandemic level when we needed far fewer subs. In a traditional year where we need significantly more subs, that was insufficient and created I think guys, the record shows a $445,000 delta.
Yes, sir.
Or deficit.
So we had two big oversights, failures, call it what you will, and then the ADM estimates were off. Is it normal for ADM estimates from the state to be incorrect? If so, by how much?
I'm going to ask for some assistance here as I'm new to Virginia. I think estimates are always going to be off, of course. And I would say that any one of these, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the board, there are fluctuations. In a normal cycle, if we had a robust budget or if we had the ESSA funds, as you stated, at the level we had them prior to this year, we would have been able to absorb these mistakes. But because this was, if you will, a perfect storm where we had three major issues, two that were self-induced, if you will. One, then the state's overprojection that costed us $900,000+. When you combine that with a very tight budget, there was very little margin for error. As you see, that was $2.2 million. When you added those numbers together, we saved somewhere in the neighborhood with excruciatingly, as I stated, painful cuts, $1.7 million as a result of not doing some things that we would have hoped to have done. So I think, are there fluctuations? Is the state high and the estimates the enrollment ADM numbers, can they come in lower? I think yes. Is it that number? I can't speak to that. Perhaps Ms. Getz or one of my colleagues can speak to the ADM estimates.
So normally, when it comes to the ADM, when building the budget, you look at what your spring numbers is, either between your fall numbers or your spring numbers. We have the numbers, student count that is done at the end of September. There is also one done in the spring, and then the state comes with the final number, usually after your June 30th. And so with the budget, most of the time, the numbers are looking at the fall and sometimes spring numbers as well, depending on your budgeting timeline. And so with that being said, you can have a higher number from the state. A lot of times the state number is a higher projection, and sometimes you do have to make modifications. With that being said, during the course of the year, we should be looking and monitoring the ADM number to see if there are changes, and then if so, then we need to alert the board. Due to the fact that there wasn't a CFO here for months, that may have been something that has slipped through the crack to a certain extent. Also at the June 30th, the state does kind of like a true-up, so they do check to see what the current numbers, the current ADM is. And so there can be an adjustment where the kids have graduated early or they have moved or whatever the case may be. And so with us having such a tight budget, this is why we're in the situation that we're in. Had we been in a budget where we had a little more flexibility, even the drop of the numbers, the 108 students, wouldn't affect us. But in the type of environment that we are in, every little number, pretty much every member, every employee, or I can say employee, every student counts. We're in a situation in this county where every student counts. And so they looked at what we had, what was projected in 22 in comparison to 23, and they gave us reduced funding based on the ADM numbers.
Thanks, Ms. Harris. And just for those listening, the ADM is what drives the per pupil revenue we get generated from the state.
That is correct, sir.
Right. And I will kind of echo something that we've said up here before. It's hard to estimate a year out what you're going to have, not knowing what your expenses are. So I think this is a good example. Mrs. Getz helped me out with that on a couple of occasions. I think a good example to use for how we mitigated a potential issue like this for our current year would be our 20 IAs. So in 2022-23, we took some of that $10.9 million and funded 20 instructional assistants. Well, that money is gone. So when we worked on the 23-24 budget, that was an extra consideration that had to come out of different funds of money. So
that is a great example, Mr. Vice Chair. And we were cognizant of that fact and actually submitted to our board and the Board of Supervisors if we did not have the additional funds in the operating budget, that is something we would not have been able to support. So I think that's a really good example, yes.
Right, and just for the sake of pointing it out, that was an add-on that the Board of Supervisors provided to the tune of $322,000 specifically to hire those 20 IAs, which is an excellent example of putting the money in the classroom. So I'd like to talk a little bit about grant money. I already talked about what we got in 21-22, 11.79. 22-23, we got 10.9. According to the June corrected financial report, Mrs. Harris, we have, and give me a second. As of June, we have expended or encumbered $8,732,355 of grant money. And we have $2,213,179 of remaining grant money. Mm-hmm. Can you tell me off the top of your head how much of that is ESSER money? In other words, how much of that are we not going to have moving forward?
ESSER, I'm not exactly sure because we're actually working on making sure that we have our expenses reimbursed. And if I'm not mistaken, we was actually looking at that today. We may have a couple of $100, maybe less than $500,000.
So we do not have $2,213,000 remaining in grant money.
Grants, okay, now with grant, we're talking about title grants, we're talking about SPED, it's not just ESSER, it's all grants.
Right, understood, understood. So in light of all this, and for my own peace of mind, I have a request for Dr. Kramer. As we move forward, if you could provide us a breakdown of all the ESSER funds we received from 21-22 till now. When we got it, and what it was spent on, what we spent it on. I assume that Mrs. Harris probably already has most of that with all of her time and energy she's put over the past handful of months. So that the board has a good idea, and more importantly, the taxpayer knows where this money is going. Seems to be the process in times past where grants will come up, the board will get presented with a grant, we'll get told, like we just had one, right? Over the course of 12 months, that gets lost. So what I would like to capture, Dr. Kramer, moving forward in our monthly financials is a breakdown of grants we've received, whichever ones they are, what we've used those grants for, and any we haven't encumbered, what are we sitting on them for? So if as of June we have $2.2 million in grants from whatever the source, what are we going to do with those and when do we have to spend them? And I know Mrs. Getz, she's ready. That's a tall order because there's time frames on expending them, but I'm trying to make sure we capture where the money's coming from and where it's going.
I just want to clarify one point. So with our federal grants, talking about our IDEA, special education grants, Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, we write a grant to the state for a certain amount of money that we're allocated. We have to tell them exactly what we're spending the money on. The state approves it. If we want to change what we spend the money on, we have to do an amendment to change that. The state has to approve it, and then we can spend it. The grants that you all approved in June, those are the grants, those federal grants are telling you what we're going to spend our money on. ESSER was different. ESSER is not as strict, as stringent when it comes to approvals as the other federal grants. Once ESSER is gone, then you're not going to have the questions of what are you spending your money on, because it's in the grant. We have to spend what the categories are in the grant.
I follow you. I guess what I'm asking for is a quick snapshot of what we've got. Title I, X number of dollars. This is what we've encumbered. This is what we spent. A breakdown. So that when I look at the monthly report for June and I see $10.9 million in grants, a quick snapshot of where it came from.
The grants are not, those title grants, the federal grants, are not what got us into any of the issues.
I get it,
Okay.
100%. I
Okay.
understand.
Just to be clear.
I'm just trying to keep my mind wrapped around where the money's coming from and where it's going.
All right, so
I'll give you another example. So it's related, but it's not. We're currently operating under I believe it's a federal grant to fund a certain number of SROs. 2 or 3 of them are currently being funded through the county. When the grant expires, those remaining SROs are going to fall back on the county. So I've heard in the past that the county only gives us so much money for the schools. In 3 years, the county is going to be providing roughly $900,000 a year for SROs. So we could argue tomato, tomato, but really that's almost $1 million in addition to what we're going to see on the Wight County Schools operating budget that comes from the county. So I'm just trying to capture all that. And the grants are difficult because there's a lot of moving pieces. I get it. I've read the pages and pages of your different title grants. I get it. Something we can work on. That's my request. I'm just trying to capture where it's coming from and where it's going. And we don't have to reinvent the wheel. It can be brief.
So yes, we will certainly work with you, Mr. Vice Chair, to try to provide you with what we have so that we aren't creating, making this labor intensive and creating additional work. And we'll see what we can provide you to meet the needs and the questions that you have for us. So I think I grasp what you're saying. I'll have some conversations with our staff to see if we have something that we can provide you to answer your questions as to where we are, what's the status of the grants.
Okay. Okay, thank you. When you found these, and Ms. Harris and everybody that worked on recouping some of that, we're still in a deficit of $603,000. How much of that had to be, did any of that impact our current operating budget? I know they're 2 separate budgets, but did anything you cut to recoup that deficit, did any of that end up impacting what we're doing in our current operating budget?
So they're separate budgets, as you stated. So what we cut in 2023, I think the purchase of buses is an example of that. We were on a rotation to purchase X number of buses per year. We have a very old fleet with numerous buses without air conditioning and in excess of 300,000 miles. This is going to impact us moving forward. Now, we were on rotation to purchase 4 or 5 a year. We've taken 4 buses out of that rotation. So although the 24 budget is a separate budget, but the impact from the 23 challenges that we dealt with and the cuts that we made, they're going to have a ripple effect on us moving forward.
That's what I'm trying to get at. So it's a snowball effect.
Yes.
So you had you mentioned up there that there were a handful of capital improvements that had to be froze. You didn't buy 4 school buses. So it's certainly going to have an impact moving forward.
That is right.
Okay.
And there are things that every department, schools, there are things that they normally would purchase that they didn't purchase. And again, that's going to have an impact on us as a school division moving forward. That's right. Any other comments, colleagues?
Dr. Coleman?
Absolutely. Just wanted to reiterate, piggyback on what Dr. Kramer said. Moving forward, some of the items that we actually sacrificed in order to get the budget down was not only the school buses, but it was several instructional items, even down to maybe $60,000 in repairs for technology. Those are the type of, oh, there we go, that's a little bit better. All right, just wanted to reiterate what Dr. Kramer had stated. There was a lot of different cuts that we had to make in order to get there that was reiterating into this budget. As he said, the buses were one, huge, because we already know that we're on a 5-year a yearly rotation of 4 buses. So that has to be made up somehow. Also, you had repairs and technology and also several instructional items and programs that Ms. Getz had to actually decline on and pull back for this budget. So I just want to reiterate, yes, it did have impacts.
Thanks, Doc. So I'll wrap this up, and then we can do our motion. But in my opinion, this budget deficit is an unprecedented and inherited failure for Wight County Schools. It is of no fault of our current Superintendent Kramer, nor is it of a fault of our current CFO, Mrs. Harris. In fact, in my opinion, the superintendent and Mrs. Harris's and everybody else that was involved, their ability to recoup all but $603,000 out of a $2.2 million deficit. If you have to find any positive out of any of this, kudos to you all, because obviously there was a lot cut. I've said it repeatedly since I've been sitting up here for 9 months on this board. This board has 2 major responsibilities: policy, which we've already heard a little bit tonight, and budgetary oversight. This board has to own the budget. When we went through the current operating budget process, I, for one, had quite a bit of critics on me for the amount of scrutiny that we put on where the taxpayers' monies were going. And to those critics, I will say, this is exactly why we put that scrutiny in place. I said it time and time again. I want to know where the money comes from and where it's going. It's not because we want to cut money from the kids. It's not because we want to pick and choose what we're spending it on. I want to make sure that we have financial, fiscal responsibility. Had the same degree of scrutiny been applied 2 budget cycles ago, there's a good chance we wouldn't be sitting here tonight dealing with this. Be that as it may, this board tonight has to own this problem, and we're going to have to work with Dr. Kramer and the Board of Supervisors to fix it. Historically, Wight County Schools at the end of a fiscal year has excess funds that are returned to the county. Obviously, that's not happening this year. I think an unintended consequence of all this is that due to your diligent efforts to find all these funds and cut the overall deficit down to $603,000, there's going to be the presumption that moving forward, there's quite a bit of excess. So it's going to be incumbent upon the board and Dr. Kramer and all you fine folks down there to help be very clear and articulate about where the money goes and what we're putting it to. And just because we're talking about dollars, and we heard about it once tonight, earlier this year we authorized you guys to refurbish the old Hardy, or that one wing of it. So that Mr. DeGroff brought up a good question. Are we still on track to fund that? And again, different pots of money. I get it. That's different pots of money. Is that money still there? And if it is, or we have excess positions, or whatever the case may be, that's the questions that we're going to have to present to the county.
Dr. Coleman can elaborate. The funds, to correct some things that were said earlier, the funds are out of a construction grant. It is our intent to use grant funds, as we stated, to the board earlier during the year, actually earlier last school year. Those are the funds, those are the only funds we have used thus far for the renovation that needs to occur at Old Hardy, that would be the new central office. Dr. Coleman?
Yes, Dr. Kramer, that is exactly right. It came from the school construction funds. As we stated earlier, those funds are allocated only to be used for school construction projects. So even if we wanted to apply those those funds in another category, you can't. As Ms. Getz pointed out, it was an amendment that was written, the grant was written. That's the only place that you can apply those funds to. So yes, those funds are being used for that project, as we stated earlier this year.
And those are state, that was a state grant, correct, Dr. Coleman? It's a school
Was
construction
state-
grant.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. And so that segues back into my earlier request, if we could formulate some sort of a snapshot,
Right.
what we're going to do with future grants. I'm not going to beat this up anymore. I appreciate you entertaining my questions and my commentary. If there's no other comments from the board, if I could get a motion.
I make a motion to approve the resolution requesting the Board of Supervisors of Isle of Wight County, Virginia, to increase the Isle of Wight County school operating budget for fiscal year 2023 by $603,163.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you take a vote?
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mr. Wooster?
Yay.
Mrs. Tynes?
Yay.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yay. And that moves us into agenda item 13.1, monthly financials.
Yes, before you, we have the July financials before you, and we were asking that you will vote to approve what's before you. If you have any questions, I'll be willing to answer to the best of my ability.
I have a question. Mr. Vice Chair?
Ms. Tynes?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, I have a question for Mrs. Harris. Just, I want, let me get to it. Let me go back to that one. Is line item, I guess you go by the number item, I don't know if it's in front of you. It's, where did I put it? I wrote it down. 354357. It was, let me see if I can, 354357. I had it and I went back on the screen. Well, it was, what it was for, it was miles to transport a student. And I had not noticed that before. Is that was for a special summer program or just something that just came up? It sounds like it's paying individual, which it was, because the individual's name was attached to it to transport a student. It was two.
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, there's a parent.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Getz will come and says.
Yeah, so there's a parent who transports his special need child to a special program.
Okay.
Which actually is a cost savings to us.
Okay, okay. I was just wondering, because I never noticed that name before, and I was wondering if it was just something special for the summer with our, maybe one of our SPED students.
No, it wasn't actually.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mrs. Tynes. Anybody else? All right. If there's no other questions, we'll move right along to (13.2) New Hardy update. Dr. Coleman. Thanks, Ms. Harris.
Vice Chair, school board members, New Hardy construction update. These are just some pictures from New Hardy. And we just wanted to cover the overall inside and exterior, just pictures that you've never seen if you didn't get a chance to actually drive by the site. There's some external pictures showing the paving to parking lot and signage near the entrance to the road. So this is how it's going to look driving up from the different angles of that particular neighborhood at this time. Now, next you'll see the picture on the left is the front entrance. Completed. The pic on the top right is the guidance offices to the left when you walk in. Pick at the bottom right is the music room, right when you enter into the building. So that's a picture when the kids walk in on the first day. That's what they're going to see while they're walking down the hall. The lighted hallways, the beautiful floors, and all of the glass that you can see right there. All right. Now you see the pictures of the front office, administrative office, and conference room. Once again, this is when you come into the building, well, this is a good view of what you're going to be seeing as the parents come in to check in their children and check out their children. On the top is the music room, and at the bottom you'll see the art room. As you can see, the furniture arriving, carpets are still being put down, the chairs are being brought out at this time. All of the furniture from the warehouse has been taken over to New Hardy at this time, and all of the furniture from Old Hardy is being transported over to New Hardy, wiped down, cleaned off, and ready to go. This is another picture of all of the desks, furniture, teacher belongings moved into the classrooms. So not only did the furniture was moved over, but the teachers from Hardy had to take even more time and extra time to pack up all of their belongings and actually leave it there so we can move them over to the classrooms. So that is still being done at this time. Hope it'll be finished up very soon.
Dr. Coleman, so we've got teachers currently moving stuff from one school to the next?
No, we have custodians, maintenance department, and other vendors of that nature moving items from physically moving. Are you saying just in general? Yeah, in general, yes. Teachers packed it up and the items will be moved.
So they're already getting their classrooms set up and prepped?
Okay. No, the teacher, yeah. Oh, go right ahead.
No?
Yeah.
No.
Teachers are not setting up at this time. What we're setting everything into the classrooms. Is
Okay.
that what you're?
Yeah.
Okay,
Just-
just want to make sure.
Mr. Marsh.
Ms. Tynes.
I was up there today in Old Hardy, and actually what Dr. Coleman is saying, before they left in June, the teachers took extra time and days to pack up all of their instructional materials and the things that they want to carry with them over to the new building. That furniture was already here packed away, and they brought that in already. So the teachers haven't seen any of that. But as I was up there today, there was staffing up there moving the instructional things that the teachers had packed in their individuals' rooms over to the new building. So it's being done they're probably up there doing it now. I don't know if they're still working. So when the teachers come back week after next or whenever, all they have to do is unpack their instructional materials, and they do that anyway.
Got it. Thank you. Sorry, Doc.
No problem. Next, this is a good picture of the learning stairs. Still some finishing to do on that, as you know. It's not over yet, and the punch list will go on into October, November, but the overall percentage will be done of the school with the first day of opening. And last picture I want to show is the media center. This is the library furniture being set up and installed. So you can see the carpet, the walls, everything, the shelves are there, the seating, different things of that nature. So that is going to be New Hardy with the ribbon cutting on August 28th. Are there any questions concerning the New Hardy update at this time? Oops.
Any head hurters? We ready?
I apologize.
Are we ready?
Oh, 100%.
Any issues?
All of the issues are being dealt with, so we'll be ready for school on the first day.
Roger that. Thank you. All right, and that takes us to item 13.3, support services update.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Kramer. My name is Matt Fike. I'm the new coordinator of transportation.
No, this is not it.
Welcome aboard, Mr. Fike.
Thank you. First, I'll direct your attention to the fuel report. I believe you have that in front of you. I'd be happy to answer any questions about the fuel report.
No questions, Mr. Fike, more of a comment and observation. Just because of the reduced fuel prices from this last year to the prior, it's got to be somewhat of a relief on the budget.
Yes, certainly. You can see those numbers there. Now, if you look at the months, of course, so May through July, so we're still on the tail end. The very top is the tail end of the 22-23 budget, and then the bottom is the 23. Coming into the new budget season on July 1, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think it's going to be a major impact? Because right now we're seeing an increase in the fuel prices going up. That could be something temporary because, it fluctuates up and down,
Yeah, certainly you've seen it at the pump the last couple of weeks. The price is going up. So I think it would be naive to say that won't impact this. As you probably know, the fuel which we purchase is on contract. So,
okay.
Of course, though, as you can see, it does fluctuate.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk to us a little bit about the catalytic converters?
Yeah, absolutely. 2 updates. As you can see there, the first slide deals with the catalytic converter theft. So we have a plan that's been put in place. Mr. Andrew Sullivan down in Fleet Services has put this together. We've done the data. We've looked at the data. We've done the investigation. So we really kind of put together a data-based decision about this. So essentially, this is a relatively low-cost plan. So we're looking at ordering our own parts. Our Fleet Services guys are going to do it in-house. It's actually going to be less than $3,000. We're confident this is at least going to slow down the catalytic converter theft. Of course, the ultimate goal is to eliminate it altogether. So this is like a level 1 intervention. Of course, we'll come back together, and if we need to, there will be more interventions. So we thought this is a good first step.
Right. And if I can just piggyback, make sure that I give the transportation staff full credit. We all know that it was a catalytic converter thieves around the county and disturbing certain areas. They came together, they made a plan, they sorted through different options of even building different sites around I guess you said staging areas around the county. And then we were looking at different systems that we can actually purchase maybe $5,000 each to put over the catalytic converter to ensure that they're not stolen as easy as our surrounding counties and different things of that nature. But the technicians at the shop, we'll lead Mr. Andrew Sullivan, they actually created a system that you can install some sort of like box type item and a cage, and they are installing it. So something that would have cost us maybe, I would say, $75,000 to $80,000 to install on all the buses, we actually installed it for less than $5,000 based off of their diagram. So I do want to really point out what the staff did at the Fleet Services building.
So to confirm what you just told me, Mr. Sullivan saved the schools a grip of cash.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Duly noted.
Absolutely.
And certainly, too, we don't have it up there right now, but we're also talking to Dominion Power about maybe trying to get some improved lighting for some of the school sites. We're looking at the sites where the theft had occurred last school year and through the spring. So we're looking into that option as well. And possibly if we can get the improved lighting, we might even have a conversation about improved surveillance cameras as well. So those measures are in works as well.
Ms. Tynes.
I just wanted to say, Mr. Fike, I just heard what you said about the improved lighting. I know the first one we had was Carsville Elementary.
Correct.
And if I'm wrong, it happened when we were during the holiday. So it was a period, the one was, right on the campus. And then when they came back, they discovered it had happened. But I was really surprised to hear that we had the same thing to happen right here on this campus with the buses. And that was surprising to hear because we have so much activity around here. And there is lighting. So I'm just saying whomever is doing this, they're getting to be very brave with it now. They're comfortable, too comfortable in Wight County and dealing with Wight County schools. So I thank Mr. Sullivan and his staff for being innovative and coming up with a device that will deter these things in the future. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. All right, the second topic we're going to talk about is the septic work at the annex is complete. The project was completed right around July 21st, so it's been complete for a couple weeks now, and here in just a second we'll get to some photographs. So the story that I got when I came aboard down there at the transportation department, so the old system that was in place was faulty. It was outdated. I was actually told it was ancient. So really there was an extreme need for an upgrade. As you can see there, M.R. Hargrave from right here in Smithfield completed that project, and it was a little under $50,000. So the details of the project, so it included designing a custom septic system for our facility down there, and of course installing a new, it's called an unconventional septic system. So essentially what happened there with the 4 mini bullets, so the directional bore was under the pavement, so it kind of connects the garage facility. They have a facility over there to the transportation building itself, and also to connecting that to the new storage tank. So really what was happening was they were replacing a 1,000-gallon storage tank, and they're adding an updated, a modern UV system. So there's a photograph. So that's the garage building in the background. You can see the work that was done there on that side for the restroom they have there. And then the opposite side, this is the transportation office right there on the right. You can see that's where the bulk of the work was done right there.
Any comments from the board? Thanks, sir.
And
Appreciate you.
Mr. Vice Chair, I do apologize. I didn't introduce Mr. Fike beforehand. He was approved last month, but I don't think he was ever introduced to the board. So this Mr. Matthew Fike, he is now the coordinator of transportation. So we did it a little bit out of order.
Thank you.
Again, welcome aboard, Mr. Fike. I hear that this is your dream job.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm excited to come in. I'm right now just trying to get my footing under me a little bit. I'm not going to lie, but I'm excited. Big things are coming.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, and that moves us over to 13.3, support services.
Yes. All right. Vice Chair, what we would like to do now from the operations side is just a return to school, just letting the community know and the board know that we're ready to go back, and the different implementations that we have in place to ensure that we get off to a great start of school. Right ahead, Mr. Cooper.
All right, so first we're going to start with some of the technology summer projects that we've completed thus far and are still in progress with. So first up, we have completed the re-imaging and preparation for all 7th through 12th grade devices. That's about 2,000 existing devices. And 500 new devices. Those are all ready and in place at the schools, ready for student use on the first day. We've also completed the refurbishment of 1,500 existing Chromebooks, as well as setting up 400 new ones. We have also incorporated a new device management system, which we are set to train people on starting, I believe it's the week after next. This is just to try to help alleviate some of the management necessary for assigning devices to students and managing repairs and those sorts of things. We always try to incorporate as much feedback as we get from the schools and try to improve things every year. So this is one of the solutions that we're putting in place this year to help with that solution or that problem. We've also prepared around 75 new devices so far this summer for new staff. That includes staff that started on July 1 all the way up through new teacher orientation that begins next week. And we also are working our way through a pile of tickets we got at the end of last school year. Between June 1st and June 30th, we got about 636 tickets, which was a huge number for us. Usually we sit around 200, and we jumped to near 1,000 in between May and June. So we're trying to get through those as fast as we can. Some of the major projects we've also been working on is 160 Promethean board installs throughout the division. That is incorporating nearly every school. I believe Smithville High, Windsor High, actually every school got at least one. Some of the Title I schools got a few more, plus Hardy got one in every location. We've also been working on a network installation upgrade for the Carsville gym. For those that aren't aware, the gym has never been connected to the network just because it wasn't cost feasible, and it was the original gym, I believe, from Carsville. So every time we kept pricing it out, we would price it out every year, and it was just so expensive to add one phone and one camera. So expensive to add one phone and one camera. They finally got the tech high enough that we can support that. However, we've now been delayed 5 times for rain, so it's still in process. We also are installing new cameras at Georgie Tyler Middle School. They're all in place. We're just working on getting them up and running. We have new classroom door locks going in at Georgie Tyler Middle School as well. Those are the badge readers into classroom doors. We have a new visitor management system we're in the process of completing. I believe we got the first one up and running today, and we're trying to make sure it all works before we roll out the rest of them. This is just an upgrade to our existing. One of the reasons we wanted to make sure and do that was we were hearing from schools that there was a lot of time they spent transferring data between systems, so this one is going to alleviate a lot of that headache to make sure that when a student comes in tardy or leaves early, it automatically writes into PowerSchool. We've also incorporated many other pieces of software. This was just a couple that were on the top of my head that I've been working on this summer. I've also written many, many scripts for everyone. And then, of course, New Hardy, which is really what I've spent most of my summer trying to be over there. I think I'm the person who's been in the building the most, probably besides Ms. Denson. So all of these individual systems here, we made sure to take in-house, and I was I hired all the contractors directly in order to save the school division money. So that includes PA systems, clocks, audio systems, which is like, so you can talk on microphones inside of gyms and auditorium. That includes video systems such as digital signage and security. That includes cameras. That includes wireless and wired networks. So we've been very, very busy.
If I recall, the front line, that's Mrs. Sullivan's software, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Did you want to talk about it? Oh. All right, next will be the sports services. Implemented transition plans to fully bring Aramark, as you know, the food service company, and ABM on board up to speed. Furniture, books, teacher belongings being moved from Old Hardy to New Hardy. And of course, there are 4 different new furniture companies. They're just trying to organize the logistics of getting everyone into the building at the same time and continue the, not renovations, but the construction of Hardy, just the whole logistics of that. Supporting technology with Promethean boards to ensure that the walls are repaired. That's something that didn't occur under the last company, but working with ABM, we're trying to ensure that by the first day of school, not only the old boards are taken down, but all of the walls are repaired after the fact. And of course, the warehouse being cleared out, items being moved by August 31st, which is another gigantic undertaking that we're completing. Fixed asset tagging taking place to ensure full accountability. Fixed asset tagging you will hear over and over again when we get into the preventive maintenance and what comes out of that, the reports that we can stem from the preventive maintenance systems. Also, of course, getting ready for the teachers to return and the students to return. Floors throughout the division wax treated. Preventive maintenance that have not been completed is being discovered and addressed. Me and Dr. Kramer and a couple other individuals had a chance to go and talk to some principals and walk some schools throughout the last couple of days. And one thing we found was some plumbing issues. And these plumbing issues haven't been addressed for quite some time, so a couple of months. But at this time, ABM is addressing all of those issues and ensuring that we're ready to go. All schools will be completed by August 18th, ready to go. Full HVAC assessment on all chillers, boilers, air handlers, and water heaters. That's what we need to create the preventive maintenance schedule. Septic tank system at the transportation, as Mr. Fike has already pointed out. Fleet being serviced, prep for the upcoming year, and the nursing professional development being planned, and the grants that Ms. Roddy has written are being analyzed. If there's no other questions, turn it over to Mr. Brinkley for security and emergency management update. Oh, go right ahead, sir.
Mrs. Tynes.
I have a question for you. I know it doesn't have anything to do directly with the buildings
yes, ma'am.
for this school year, what you're talking about now, but the question came up today while I was up at Hardy with some of the citizens. The air units that are in the individual classrooms now,
Yes, ma'am.
what you said earlier about putting those things out to auction,
Yes.
will those things be included, those individual air units?
Yes, some of them will be included, of course, so we're going to look through them. We have air handling units in the division, and of course, the top ones, of course, we're going to take for ourselves.
Okay.
But everything else will be auctioned off.
Yeah, because that question came up today when I was up there with some of the former principals.
Yes, ma'am.
Retired principals. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks. Thank you, Mrs. Tynes. Doc Coleman, Smithfield Middle School HVAC, is that on your list?
The Smithfield Middle School HVAC, if you're referring to what I believe that you're referring, the area right
Back in the
between high
art, the
school-
science lab in the back.
In the back, is that on the second floor? If it's on the second floor, yes, that's already being addressed.
Yes,
It should
yes.
come to a close in 2 days. It should be up
Okay,
and running in about 2 or 3
excellent.
days.
And I know that Carrollton's a unique case, but are we able to get that mitigated as best
Well-
possible as the school gets ready to start?
We are still working through the middle of the 300 wing, the circle, but we do have a long-term plan that we will be presenting to the board in the next couple of months, just to ensure that you know the long-term plan for Carrollton.
Thank you. And then when I toured Smithfield Middle School, and we already talked about this over email, the Promethean boards that were installed, there is a plan in place to get all the holes in the paint and.
Yes, there is. There is a plan to get all of the holes and everything, and that's in every school.
Right.
And that it was something that was left. But yes, there's a plan to actually patch and paint all of those walls before the school starts.
You guys got a lot of stuff going on.
It is a lot of stuff going on. That's a whole lot.
Thank you.
Next will be Mr. Brinkley, with Security and Emergency Management.
All right, some of the things that is this on?
Yeah, he's getting that closer.
All right, some of the things that we've been doing this summer. One, we attended the 4-day school safety forum hosted by Virginia DCJS. This was an excellent time to meet and share some resources for developing crisis management plans with other school divisions, not only across the state of Virginia, but nationwide as well. And this brought together a lot of the SSOs, SROs, and security managers from different divisions where we were able to share some of the things that have worked and some of the things that have not worked. Also, the principals have completed the DCJS safety surveys for each school, and the division safety survey is in the process of being completed. Revisions have been made to bond threat protocols simply to reference the Department of Homeland Security guidelines, and the use of the bond threat checklist are being implemented. Crisis management plans have been reviewed and needed revisions have been made. And the night lock order that we had referenced previously, the repairs and installations of new night lock systems have begun. In fact, right here at Westside today was completed, and we'll be completing all of those necessary repairs and installations next week. And the vestibules, we hit some snags with some lead times on some of the materials. I did speak with the contractor actually this afternoon, and we'll be moving forward with the installation. It says beginning this week. We're planning to begin that either Monday or Tuesday. In addition, the Wight County Schools Threat and Vulnerability Assessment Team has been selected, and we have our first meeting set for a week from today, next Thursday, August 17th, to begin evaluating the threat and vulnerability assessments for all of the schools within the county.
Do you have a satisfactory amount of participation?
I do. I think we're sitting at right now, we have 9 definite, possibly 10 that will be attending the Threat and Vulnerability Assessment Team meetings.
Excellent. I look forward to seeing how that comes out.
And I wanted to make sure I point out once again, this is the first time that Wight County Schools have ever went this in-depth on threat assessment vulnerability. So we're going in new ways, new waters here, but Mr. Brinkley is doing an outstanding job with some other assistants of putting this together.
Thank you. Any comments from the board?
So for human resources, we have onboarded 95 new employees since we left on June 30th. 65 of those are new teachers. We've held 3 new hire sessions in order to make that happen, and quite a few one-on-one sessions. We have our I'll Succeed, a new educator guide to success in IWCS, is next Tuesday, August the 15th. You all are invited to come and welcome our new teaching staff. And then we have also been working on implementing a new applicant tracking and employee management system that Mr. Cooprider referenced in his presentation of Frontline. We've completed the first 2 modules, which is the applicant tracker, recruiting and hiring, and the Frontline Central, which is the place that we manage our employees. We are currently now moving into the portion of professional development tracking, professional development offerings. Instruction team is supporting us in that. And then also the time, leave, and absence management modules as well. We're implementing those now with a planned rollout for the professional development. The planned rollout is September the 13th. And then we will follow with the payroll piece of that. Initially, in the first couple months of this year, we'll be partnering our current manual paper submission with the Frontline time, leave, and absence management online system, just to make sure that everything is in place and accurate before we fully roll into that electronic submission of leave and pay. And then the last part I have is our currency vacancy report for you all. As of this afternoon, we currently have 11 teacher vacancies. However, after looking at enrollment numbers and working both with the schools that have those openings, both at the elementary and high school and middle school levels, we are able to absorb classrooms and courses and only need to start the school year with 4 long-term substitutes. Currently, right now, 1 at SMS, 1 at GTMS, and 2 at SHS. This is in addition to 4 teachers at SHS taking on 1 additional block in the first semester and being compensated for that so that they're able to do that during their planning period because we pay them during that period of time. And so I am happy to take any questions. I also have additional information about support staff and such if you have questions about those positions as well.
Thanks, Ms. Sullivan. So you're going to hate this question. So there's 11 vacancies, but we've been able, because of enrollment, you've compressed, and we're only going to be essentially short 4 teachers.
Correct.
So there's 7 unfilled positions when you get down to it.
There's, yes, 7 positions that as long as the enrollment stays consistent and we don't have a spike, that we would be able to, I mean, if we have a valid teaching candidate, licensed teaching candidate that comes available, that would be wonderful. But we are able to absorb those and have students in classrooms with our teachers in all but 4 classrooms.
Thank you, ma'am. And so if we start to school with 4 long-term subs, how long can they sit in that position? What are the requirements, stipulations, so on and so forth?
So a long-term sub can fill a role for 90 days without prior approval of the superintendent of the Department of Education, the state superintendent. We, if they're going to go beyond the 90 days, we do have to submit for a request to have them stay in that spot beyond that. So that would be like essentially first semester. They could remain in that role, and then we would have to start again or ask for an extension of that.
And if we get to the point where we have to request an extension from the state superintendent, do you anticipate any pushback?
No. So this is something that's become, unfortunately, due to the teacher shortage, it is something that's become pretty commonplace. And the superintendent and the licensure department has made it clear that we're able to submit those and that they are looking to support those if we have a solid substitute in that place that's filling that job.
Thank you, ma'am. I just want to personally thank you. I'm sure the entire board and the superintendent all feel the same way. You've done an outstanding job. Essentially, we're going to start the school year 4 teachers short. Rattle off some numbers, some estimates, if you will. How do we compare to the other schools in the region?
Yeah.
Here's your chance to toot your horn. Tell everybody the good job you've done.
I mean,
I'm going to jump in here for you.
Go right
She's
ahead.
very modest. And actually, what I would like to do, Mr. Vice Chair, I would like to share some of those numbers relative to where we are. This is exceptionally good, and I'm speaking to you as someone from a different state and someone who is a former HR executive director in a very large school system in another state. Where we are, people envy us, and they would like very much to be us. These are incredibly good numbers in any era, but during this time period, this is exceptional. Now, I hope that we are not jinxing ourselves and that no one else leaves, but this is exceptionally good. we're in a really good place to be able to share with you numbers. And actually, the state, Mrs. Sullivan, let's please share some of the state numbers. The state has provided some of the percentages of, and I'm not sure, some of the local newspapers have provided that too. And I think perhaps we can share some of that data with the board and with the community. But to answer your question, we're in very good shape due to, I think, a wonderful community, and people are attracted to working and living in this community, but also the efforts of our staff. And kudos to Mrs. Sullivan and her staff for doing an outstanding job. And I think Ms. Briggs is somewhere around here, not Ms. Lynn Briggs this time, the other Briggs, Crystal Briggs. So a round of applause for HR. Great work.
I was going to say I can't, our team is absolutely fabulous, and our principals and hiring managers have been great to work with this summer in trying to get positions filled. So I definitely want to say thank you to them and all of our wonderful staff who do work here that keep the referrals coming, and speaking of why they should come and work here as well.
You're very fortunate to have a retired senior chief at your disposal.
Yeah, I've just got one quick question for you. First, I want to start off by, again, reiterating what everybody said, that we are in much better shape than other localities. I do have a question. I totally understand, extra funding for teachers taking on extra blocks, but what steps are being taken to ensure that these teachers are actually getting their planning periods?
Well, the action that you took earlier today in voting for the approval of the increase of the candidate pool and the money to support sub pay is one of those steps. That's a huge drain of teachers' planning blocks, is that covering of classes. Now, of course, all teachers are involved in professional learning community meetings, IEP meetings, 504 meetings, and all of those things do take up some of their planning time, but they are part of the job of being a teacher, is being a support in those meetings and are required, which is why our teachers at the secondary level do have a 90-minute planning block, and the state code requires a 45-minute. So they are getting double that amount of required time. And by no means is it ever going to be enough, but that is a way to kind of offset that. But I would say, other than those required meetings that they're a part of, that substitute piece has been the largest, and instruction can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's been the largest drain of their time, is been covering other teachers' classes at the secondary level, in order to and so increasing the subs will definitely do a lot for that. Do you have anything you want to add for the elementary area? Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anybody else?
All right, so I have an update from the Transportation Department. So for a few moments, I'll talk about our school bus fleet. As you can see here, there's a comparison from the 22-23 school year to what we're looking forward to for the 23-24 school year. So you can see the very, very top there, kind of comparing our school bus fleet, so where we were last year and where we'll be this year. So there's going to be 4 buses. We've actually removed them from service. We're going to be auctioning them off this year. So that those will be, and those are pretty much off the road, basically at this point, compared to 9 buses that were auctioned off last year. So our school bus fleet for the 23-24 school year, and I know we talked about this earlier in the meeting, so it's decreasing down to 68. In addition as well, and you'll see this coming up in the next slide, we actually have 4 buses that are out with long-term repair. So we're actually down to 64. But on the positive side, though, look at last school year. You can look where we're going to be going this school year. We had a dramatic increase in our work orders, which were processed.
Sir, of those 68, are 4 of those the catalytic converters?
No, those repairs have all been made.
Check, thank you.
Sure. And there are the 64 buses that I mentioned. The 4 buses, like I said, extensive repair, engine difficulty. A couple of them we have to send back to the manufacturer. 2 of them are currently there right now. The 4 buses that are down there are mentioned. And then within the transportation department itself, so we're working diligently to get the routes completed by August 24th, 2023. Of course, we have open houses the following week. Parents are going to want to know the bus routes by then. So at transportation, so we have a very, very small staff. So Tracy Harmon, Blake Spratley, and Adina Robinson. Now that I'm in this position, I'm finally getting a dose for everything that they do. So even though it's only 3 people, they do a tremendous amount of work for us, servicing this entire school division. They're doing a fine job, and we're just within a couple weeks of routes being completed.
Got one. Last year there was I mean, it is what it is, but there were a number of days when calls were made that the bus was going to be late for whatever reason. It could have been maintenance, could have been lack of drivers. A lot of times it was lack of drivers.
Mm-hmm.
Are we looking at about this, you know, I can't say how many times, but I know my son is in high school. We got the call a number of times, the bus is going to be late, or because of whatever reason, or another bus is going to take your route. Are we looking at similar incidents this year?
So it kind of comes down to the drivers that we have and the positions that we have. We have interviews coming up next week, and also 2 driver call-outs kind of impacts that. So you referenced communication, so that's actually been one of our priorities this year. When a call needs to be made or information needs to be sent out, we're working on getting that done as fast as possible. And also, too, like there's some things behind the scenes, I guess. So if a driver calls out, sometimes the way the routes work, we can double up quite easily. Sometimes we can't. Sometimes it has to be an extended run. But these are things that we're working towards. We want to definitely become more and more efficient to the point where we're as close to perfect as possible.
I have a question. Of the 68 buses that you have in the fleet, do you have enough buses in your fleet that you have extra buses in the event that something mechanical issue, that you have a substitute bus, not a substitute driver?
Yeah, we do have spare buses. Like I said, the 64 buses that will be up for the start of the school year, there will be spares.
Okay.
Now, the wear and tear of the school year, things happen. Sometimes repairs are not fixed right like that. Sometimes it takes a couple weeks. We have to order parts and stuff like that. So we do have enough spares that, you know, we can be down a couple buses and still survive.
Okay.
But if you have followed our school bus numbers for the last couple of years, we used to be in the lower 80s. We sold 9. We're selling 4 this year. So you can kind of do the math and kind of see where we are. And I know that's kind of concerning. It's a conversation for another day, I imagine. But as our school division grows, you would expect the school bus fleet to grow as well.
We just better hope that some of the parents continue to bring their students, transport their students.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, gentlemen. Before we go into 13.5, we'll take a quick 5-minute recess for a head call. Y'all, we're back in session. Hey, we're back in session, folks. Meeting's in session. All right, Ms. Sullivan, I think you're up with Agenda 13.5 and the compensation study.
Yes, compensation study update. We have been working with 4 companies. We've reached out, kind of gone over an overview of what we're looking for in terms of services for our compensation study. We are receiving quotes from 3 of those. We have 2 in. The third one is supposed to be delivered to me tomorrow by email. We are looking at somewhere at approximately $45,000 for the compensation study based on the scope of work that we've shared with them. We must have a third quote before we can make a decision before moving forward. And so that's what we are waiting on. And then we will certainly review the scope of work and select the company that we feel like is going to be the best one to support us through this study. All of them have been completely comfortable with our timeline of end of October, early November first draft of a compensation study review. And so they have said that they could definitely get us the information that we need by then to help inform our budget for next year. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Questions from the board? Ms. Times? Well, just a comment. So as we move forward and you get ready to present the board with your proposals, given our current fiscal situation. So the question will be, how are we going to fund it?
Yes.
So that may be a question more for Dr. Kramer, but that will be a question.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And I think that moves us over to 13.6, CTE certs.
Am I on now? Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Kramer. I'm Kristen Formella. I'm in secondary instructional coordinator for math and science, and I'm here for Dr. Kale, who's out on vacation, and she needed that because she's been working very hard. Don't have my glasses on. There we go. Hope you can see this because it is a very detailed table. It's a credential update for the last school year, 22-23. I've provided the 2 previous school years so you can get an idea of how we're doing between the different school years. Again, there's been some changes because of COVID and getting back into the routine and everything. A little explanation behind this: our students and our teachers are very dedicated to getting our students as many credentials as possible. It's required that they at least have 1 attempt at it, and if you look down at the bottom at the yellow, that's the ones that are the most popular. Those are our lower level ones that any student going into one of our career and technology courses will have the opportunity to take. At the bottom, you'll see workplace readiness skills. That's one that's required by the state, and we do have a majority of students taking that one as an entry-level credential. The next one underneath that is the WISE one. That's the one that's given during our economic and personal finance classes that are required also by the state. The bottom one is the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, the OSHA one. That is not a state-approved certification, but we found through our business partners that they really like that credential. So as a division, we went forward and are providing that for our students. The ones above that, it is very color-coded. The ones above are Tier 2 and Tier 3 level credentials. So those are higher level credentials, and not as many students actually take those. The ones that are in the top, which I'll call peach, are for our IT courses, like IT fundamentals and our programming courses. The ones below that in the greenish color are for our engineering courses and manufacturing. Below that, which we are very successful, is our welding program with Mr. Miller. Underneath that is our nursing program. Besides just taking the workplace readiness, they'll also take the OSHA, and a lot of them also take the nursing aid. Below that, you will see ones that are for marketing, then cosmetology, and then our JROTC programs. And if you have any questions, I would gladly answer them.
I'm sorry, I saw the, excuse me.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
I saw the cosmetology, but I'm missing the culinary arts.
Oh, I skipped over that. Thank you. I didn't have my glasses on. It's the culinary arts one is the National Restaurant Association. It's a Safe Serve Manager. It's right above cosmetology.
Okay, okay. Y'all made it fancy. I got you.
I know. I was trying to make it fancy and color-coded. I know. It's
Okay, I see it now, restaurants. Okay.
Yeah. And I will say we are working on, the teachers, the instructors are working on seeing which credentials meet the students' needs and what our business partners also want. So they are constantly updating this. And I know for culinary arts, instead of this Serve Safe Manager, which is harder to reach for some of the students because it is a very tough certification, we're going to be trying to do the Serve Safe Handler one. So they are constantly trying to look for other ones that might be beneficial for our students.
Ms. Formella.
Yes.
I like this chart. If there ever was a good way to tell a story of a positive return on investment for the CTE program, this is it. I really like it. Do we have a process in place, or are we working on a process to try to assess how many students that graduate with one of these certifications actually use it as they move on past high school?
We do have a process in place, and we are continually working on that process. So at the senior year, the end of the senior year, seniors have career counseling. So we find out at that point if they're already getting employed, and our teachers work hard to try and help find them employment in that field. We are required a year later to do check-ins with them, and so at the end of senior year, we try to get all contact information for students. We know that it's very hard to try and call them and email them and text them and everything. So we've had about a 30% success rate of getting a hold of them afterwards. I don't have the number of how many are actually going into fields like culinary, going into the restaurant field right now, but we have those numbers. But I don't have them at this moment.
Thank you. I think the one thing, there's two things that actually caught my attention. And that's the cosmetology and the culinary one. It looks like a roughly 20% success rate.
Right.
You have any comments on that? Thoughts?
So cosmetology is a very detail-oriented, tough field. I mean, if you think about it, they have to understand chemistry because they're dyeing hair. They have to understand the cutting and all that. They have a lot of practice. I've gone and had them do my hair. You know, and I've gone and let them do manicures on me, you know, to have some practice for the students. I think it's a 2-year program that they, in their second year, they get it. And I just think the teacher works very hard with those students, and the students work very hard, but it is a very tough certification for them.
Yeah, it is, because of the chemistry.
Thanks.
I would like to just add one thing, Mr. Marsh. I think those are very good questions. We are asking the same questions. We're going to use this information to determine what do we need to do better, because I too would like to see better results. So I agree with you. So we're going to use this to talk with our instructors and look at what is it that we need to do better, what can we do better to help our students get those credentials.
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Tynes.
Thank you. Ms. Getz, while you're there, Mrs. Formella, I was going to ask you this question, but I figure I was going to tell you to take it back to someone else. Recently, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, you all know we had the groundbreaking because we're bringing a hospital, Riverside, is coming into our community. And I remembered about 2 years ago when I came back on the board, 2.5 years ago maybe, and I did the tour of the program, the nursing program, and I asked the question then, were we going to expand that program just from the nurses aid certifications? Because there are so many others out there that medical certifications the students can get that it only takes about 1 year, some of them 6 months. And the question is if we could, Mrs. Getz, we could work something out now before they even get the building here. We already know the staff because she was here last month. We honored her, or the month before. Work out something where we can get some of our students certified before the hospital is completed, and then they will be successful in going over and getting employment in their community.
Yeah, that's a very great point, Ms. Tynes. And we do have the patient care technician program in the works.
Right.
We hope to begin that within the next year. We also are looking at trying to attract more students. That's one thing that we have not seen is a huge interest, but maybe with the hospital and being close, that is something we are hopeful, because you're right, they could get the credentials and go right there down the road and get a job. So we are looking at trying to boost those numbers in our nursing program to add on. So yes, ma'am.
If I may add to that, you alluded to this, Mrs. Stein, if I may, Mr. Vice Chair. I've had the pleasure of meeting with she was just recently named the new president, Mrs. Jessica Macalino, and I have met actually in my office, and I was also invited over to the hospital at Riverside to meet with their board, and they are interested in doing more work with us, as you stated, prior to the hospital being built. So I'm encouraged that we will do more with this program and with the hospital. So thank you for the question.
Especially in our community. And
absolutely.
That's a workforce that we can bring into the community. Thank you.
I've just got one quick question for you, just for a better understanding for myself. When I'm looking at these columns for each school year, regardless of what year, you're showing a number attempted and a number successful. Now, I'm assuming that would be based on certification testing, or is this representative of the actual numbers of students that are taking these programs?
It's just the students that attempted the credential test.
Okay, so the numbers could be higher as far as students being enrolled in those programs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you, ladies. That takes us to 13-7.
Yep, that's me. Members of the board, you have before you the annual fundraising report. This is something that we are required to share with you annually. I'm here to answer any questions if you have. Should have been an attachment. Okay.
I don't have any questions, but I was glad to see that Hardy Elementary was pretty much successful at the brick sale.
Yes, I don't know the exact amount that they raised or sold.
7,200 on here.
I don't know how many. I don't know what, but yes, Miss Denson really promoted that.
Yeah, I purchased 7.
You did. Thank you, Miss Tynes.
Yep, I'm gonna find my bricks in the school.
Thank you.
Yep, I have the next one.
And that takes us to 13-8. Al cares.
Yes, and this one is also mine. So, members of the board, Dr. Kramer, tonight I just want to share about a new initiative that we are starting this year. We're calling it Al Cares. This is in response to the enormous outcry that we've heard from our staff about mental health of our students, behavior of our students. I think you've also heard some of those things, and it's really been more problematic since returning from the pandemic. And so we really wanted to put some initiatives in place to provide tools for our teachers to help them with those things. And so tonight I just want to share a little bit about those things. So IWCS, again, it's an initiative to address student and staff well-being. So for staff, for one of our goals in our strategic plan, it is about recruitment and retention. And so part of that is looking at staff wellness and what are we doing and what can we do to attract and retain quality teachers. So we have a wellness committee. Ms. Sullivan began that last year, and so she meets with teachers regularly to discuss things like what are some things that we can do as a county to help you, to help retain you, to make you want to work here. And that's something she can share more about at a later date, but we've received some really positive input from them. We also are providing ongoing PD to our staff to help better educate them for behavioral interventions, mental health. An example of this, this year after convocation, we have actually partnered with Dr. Julia Taylor out of UVA. She's going to be joining us that afternoon to discuss mental health and mental health literacy as related to our students. So again, we're just trying to educate staff better on what is going on and what are some things that they can do in response. For our students this year, we have several things that we are beginning. The first one, and I will talk more about each one, is a universal wellness screener. The second is Second Step, and the third is zones of regulation. And let me talk about each one of those. So the universal screener is called the Early Identification System, EIS. We are going to administer that twice a year to our students. We are able to get into a study through UVA. It's a Rural Division grant study, and that is for middle schools. So GTMS and SMS, they do qualify for that. So we are in the midst of working on getting those details worked out. Our other schools can also qualify through another study that is being done by the University of Missouri. Two different studies, but they both use the EIS so that all of our students would have access to the universal screener. So what is EIS? Well, the students will take this. It takes about 15 minutes for them to take the screener, and they're asked questions. And those questions are things related to paying attention, completing tasks, staying engaged in school, regulating emotions, creating positive peer relationships, and managing negative emotions. The questions are around those things. And I actually have those questions, and I can share those at a later date, or I can give you examples. The EIS finds students who may be at risk for experiencing problems with all of those skills that I just named. The EIS, it does not diagnose, nor does it identify a student with a disability, but it will provide us with data of students who may be at risk. If we know students are at risk, we can provide interventions, hopefully to help improve those skills. So we see this as a school will get results, and they may see a couple of things. They may see as a school, gosh, this is an area that our whole school needs more focus on. So we need better interventions in the area of completing tasks. If we know that, we can do something about it. Or it may point to students who are really struggling in areas, and we may be able to pull small groups of students together where the counselors can work with them on strategies to cope with whatever it is that they're struggling with. Right now, we have nothing. So we count on teachers to recognize students who are struggling or parents to report that. We've looked and talked about for several years about a universal screener. This, since the pandemic, it's become more clear we need something. Parents will be able to opt out of the screener. If you as a parent, you don't want your child to take it, that's fine. We will opt them out. Or you can even opt out if you want them to have the screener, but you don't want them to be involved in a small group with the school counselor, you can opt out of that. So parents will have a say. Yep.
Our parents, is it a survey, or are we going to notify prior to administering screener?
We are going to notify parents prior to and give them a date by which they will need to opt out.
Excellent. And if students are screened and data is captured, is it personally identifiable information?
It is, they do have access to some of that information, yes. They do not use names in their study, they use data in their study. But we will have an agreement with them. They've already submitted the paperwork to us.
With EIS?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so, like, the things that, and I'll just give you, like, one example is I have trouble sitting still at school. It's different questions. I like myself. In the past month, I have felt sad. I am a good friend. I work well with classmates. I get mad easily. I need help with my emotions. It's things like that, and students will rate themselves on these statements, and then that will give us data.
It sounds similar to the survey that Virginia Department of Health.
That is through DCJS,
yes.
The school safety, and it does have some similarities to that. But as you know, that's not taken by every single student every year. This we will do twice a year. So beginning of the year, middle of the year. But it's, yes, sir, it's very similar.
So this is just going to give you your data, and what are the plans to do with it once you get it?
Great question. So along with the EIS system, it also provides interventions. So if there is a particular area that students are struggling with, the EIS system provides interventions. Hey, you could do these things, try this program, try that. Some are free, some are at a cost to a division, but it does provide those things. In addition, our school counselors will use this. I see them playing a major role in using this information.
Okay. I know the city of Suffolk schools, not the city of Suffolk Public Schools. They partner with the local community service, or the regional community services board, to attack some of the things to, once the students came back from, when we came back from COVID. And I understand the program has been successful because I mentioned it before to some of the prior soups, that agency is out there, and the state of Virginia does put money in that agency as well to help local schools where it's needed. So maybe if you want to get with, whomever you need to get with over there and talk and see if they can help you with this as well.
We are partnering with Western Tidewater for some of our schools to provide some of the day therapeutic program that we did previously. They have funding again, so we are looking at bringing them back.
Okay, because I know for a few years, Wight County did not do anything, did not touch the funding, and it was pretty much just going to Suffolk, Franklin, and Southampton.
Well, they lost their funding for us. We had them, and they had to remove themselves from our schools was because they lost the funding and they were not able to
Oh, you're
provide
talking
it.
about that situation. There have been actually years where Wight County, they reached out and nothing, several times.
Yeah, well, we would be happy to engage with them and entertain whatever resources they have that they can provide to us.
Because I just say this because this is a resource where the monies are coming in from the state, just like the state sent us ESSER money. That's monies that they get to help local school districts in our region. We want to have 4 in that region. And Isle of Wight is the largest of the counties, and Suffolk is the largest of the cities.
Okay. Well, I will talk with Ms. Hassel. That's who we've been working with. I don't know, Tanetta Hassel. That's who we.
That's the one you.
Okay. So we've been working with her. So I mean, I will ask if there's more things that we're not using.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. So I'm going to move on if there's not any more questions about the screener. Second step will provide supplementary materials and lessons to elementary and middle school teachers and counselors to then use with students. So it doesn't supply anything directly to students. It provides information, strategies, skills, lessons to teachers and to our counselors. They will then use them for students. The topics are the areas that they provide lessons for. So goal setting and growth mindset, emotion management, empathy and kindness, and problem solving. So we will have lessons around those materials, those areas, lessons and materials around those areas that then teachers can utilize with their students. So again, that's something different that we're supplying. We're giving teachers tools, giving them resources to use in their classrooms. And then lastly, zones of regulation. We've been using this with special education, but we're now going to roll it out to our gen ed students. And it is, again, tools to teach students about self-regulation. And so self-regulation is something that everybody continually needs to work on. Whether you're aware of it or not, everybody needs to work on this at times. And most of us are really good at it. We know that when we get angry about something, there are times when you can't just yell or get up and walk out, even though we might want to. We use our self-regulation strategies and we control ourselves. Some of our students are not able to do that. And so zones of regulation helps them recognize when they see the need to regulate better, and then it puts things in place for them to then use those skills. And I'll give you some examples. Students they will say, I'm in a red zone or I'm in a green zone. So we help them verbalize what zone they are in, and then there are strategies to use when you are in those zones. And we teach them, it's not wrong to be in a red zone. Everybody gets angry. It's okay. It's how do you then respond when you get in that zone. So we've seen a lot of success with it, and so it's something we want to share with, like I said, all of our elementary students, middle school, for our gen ed teachers to also use with them.
Mrs. Guest,
yes, ma'am.
This zone, is this one of the situations where a classroom teacher could utilize this chart itself, and as the student come in that day, they could even have a little something put on the desk where the teacher would know, I'm in a red zone, okay?
Ms. Hines, you're exactly right. That is a lot.
And the teacher
yes.
can right away say, maybe pull the student aside, what's going on, and if they need immediate counseling, can send them to the counselor immediately, especially if they're in a red zone, okay?
100%.
Okay.
And that is exactly how a lot of teachers choose to use it. We are not telling teachers how to do it. We're giving them the tools. We're going to allow them to determine how do they want to use it in their classroom. But what you said is very common. Yes. Any additional questions around anything that I've said?
I'd be interested to see follow-up mid-year, see how it's working.
Absolutely.
If it's working.
Yep. And I think what we would like to do is, obviously this is something we're rolling out for our classroom teachers to use. We want these tools to help them in their classroom, so we can definitely get feedback from them and share that with you. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Getz. And that leads us right to you, Dr. Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So it's summer and a little bit less is occurring, but we've had some experiences. A few of the board members alluded to this. Many of us had a chance to attend, and the photo is not up here, so let me stay on task here. I was going to speak to, I'll just state this quickly. Many of us attended the hospital groundbreaking for the new Riverside, so had a chance for that. Thank you, Mr. Cooperrider. You're an awesome young man. So we attended that, and I think we were very well represented that day. As it pertains to some of the things that we were able to do and have done in the month of July, our leadership symposium. We had the wonderful opportunity last week to bring all of our school leaders together at our annual leadership conference, and this year we termed it Leadership Symposium. during the week of July 1st through August 3rd. Those 4 days, the leadership conference was held at Smithfield Middle School. We had our central office leaders and school-based leaders together for professional learning, professional development, and to prepare for the upcoming year. So thank you, Isle of Wight leaders, for the great work that we did last week. And not only did we all learn much, but we also had lots of fun, as you see there. I think Westside Elementary won the team challenge. I'm wrong. Oh, Westside, you disappoint me. Not because I was rooting for you. I thought you were leading. So Georgie Tyler came in from behind. So my apologies, Principal Luck and staff members at Georgie Tyler Middle School. So Georgie Tyler won the staff challenge, the team challenge. But we had lots of fun there, and I certainly wish to thank our staff members, and I often do this and I shouldn't, but once you mention names, you forget someone. But many of the people I'm looking out here were instrumental in creating a wonderful week for our leaders, our principals, assistant principals, directors, coordinators, and all of our central office leaders. We had a wonderful time, and thank you all for that. Next, and Dr. Coleman stole my thunder a little bit about the school preparation walks. The next slide. So as we prepare for the upcoming year, we are all working to ensure that our schools are ready and prepared for both students and staff. I've taken the opportunity and liberty to walk each school with our principals, with Dr. Coleman, and our new contractors, ABM, to ensure that we are addressing the needs of each school from the vantage point of our principals and the school's administrative teams. Thus far, we've visited, I think, all of our schools except 3, and those schools, I think, are scheduled for next week. I am very pleased to say that the visits are going well, and most of the schools, I would venture to say, could open today. They are progressing that well. So great work from our school teams, Dr. Coleman and your staff in the operations department for having our buildings prepared for our students and board members. I believe in accountability. I believe, as I often share with our staff, I believe in mutual accountability. So I'm out there on each visit, and we'll be visiting each one of these schools. We are chronicling what's being shared with us from the principals. We're putting that in a Google Doc, and we're holding one another accountable to ensure that those items are addressed in a timely fashion. Some of those items are short-term, things that need to occur prior to the school opening in a few weeks. Some of those are moderate, things that we would like to address within the next few months, and some are longer-term projects. But I'm out there, we're out there, and you see a few of the photos. This one's only at Carrollton, but again, today we were at Smithfield Middle, Smithfield High. Last week, early this week, we were at Windsor and Carrollton. So that's occurring, and I think it's going very well. I'm learning more about our schools and what's not being done and what hasn't been done. So it's very informative, and I think we will provide you with an update. I can't see Dr. Coleman there. He's trying to ignore me there looking at his phone. We will provide an update mid-year to let you know. I think it would be helpful if we could actually share that information with you and give you a status report as to how well we're doing at meeting those needs of our schools. So with that, thank you. That's my update for this month.
Thanks, Doc. As some old senior enlisted fellow in the Navy told me years ago, if it's not written, it never happened. So I think the idea of putting it on a Google Doc is outstanding. So thank you. Anything else on the board? All right. And that takes us to 15, action on closed session items. It's over to you, Mr. Rooster.
I make a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation on personnel leave.
Not that.
One too far, buddy.
Yeah.
15.
15.
I make a motion to approve the personnel report and addendum as presented a copy of which can be obtained from the school board clerk.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Can I get a vote? Motion carries. And Mr. Wooster, that takes us to 15-2.
I make a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation on personnel leave request matter 2023-001.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, take a vote, please.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mr. Wooster?
Yay.
Mrs. Tynes?
Yay.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yay. And that takes us to item 16, action on old business, consent agenda.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as attached and presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Can we get a vote? Motion carries. That takes us to item 17.1, policies for first read. Mrs. Briggs.
Good evening. You have several first read policies in front of you. Obviously, they'll come up for second read in September. If you have any questions today or before the September meeting, I'm certainly available to answer those questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said I read them. It was only 4, and I read them, and I noticed that they look like some things that you maybe needed to clean up, or we needed to clean up, and it was one where you added BBFA, conflict of interest, that one.
Yes, that came up on school board member orientation, BBBD. That is something that board members do need to be aware of, and they do have to sign those documents. This is actually a local policy, and the thought was it would probably be beneficial to add that as one of the items we would provide to newly elected board members, and we cross-referenced that. I cross-referenced that down at the bottom. So once again, it's a local policy. Any other questions?
Ms. Briggs, I've got several questions for policy JN. Student fees, fines, and charges. I've had several people reach out to me pertaining to this, and I just need some clarification on it. I see where the parking has been changed to where it mirrors both Windsor and Smithfield High School. Some of the biggest questions that I have on this from citizens is what exactly do these fees go towards? I'm looking at a senior class fee of $75, junior class of $15, sophomores $10, freshmen $10. So can you just give us an explanation of what these fees go towards?
Well, yes and no. I have my expert next to me who is going to be able to do that on my behalf.
So the parking, so every few years, the parking fees pay to repair and resurface the parking lots. So, for example, this summer, Windsor High School is spending $29,000 to have their senior lots and their junior lots repaired and resurfaced. So not repaved, but resurfaced. And if you don't keep this up every few years, the repair work becomes so extensive that you can't just resurface it. So it is important that we keep it up. That is not something that has been funded through central office or other avenues traditionally in Isle of Wight. It is funded through these parking fees, and it has been as long as I know. And it's very common in other school divisions. If you look around, having a parking fee is the norm.
Yeah, I'm not dating myself by any means, but when I graduated in '86, we didn't have parking fees.
I wasn't here then.
I didn't have a car, so I can't speak.
Mr. Wooster, may I add something? Some of the students now, they get parks like directly in front of the school building, and there's what they call
the senior parking?
Senior parking, right. And they will be in line. If they say it starts at 6 o'clock, some of them would be there at 5 o'clock in line so they can get those parks right in front of the school, closest to the road, okay? It's like at Smith High School. And then all of the others, they just go over into the parking lot over by the buses. So it's like first come, first serve. And they'll be, and the kids, they were willing to pay $100 for those parks. So I see they've reduced now to 50, so that's good.
But I do want to be clear, it's not, like a slush fund that goes,
right.
It really does pay to maintain the parking lots.
And it really just helps to defray the cost. It probably doesn't even pay completely, but decals and things of that nature, if you have to pass out, the decals that you put on your mirror, it helps to defray the cost of maintaining parking lots and whatever other minimal fees that might come along with parking. That's all it does. And as Deputy Superintendent Getz stated, this is pretty commonplace in most places, in virtually every place I've worked at the high school level.
I had to pay $300.
And then the class dues. So the class dues, for example, for seniors, they plan a lot of events, senior breakfasts, senior lunches. They get senior shirts, senior gifts, things at graduation, flowers, the stoles, the courts. So all of those things are paid for through the senior class or the class funds. And there's also, like prom and ring dance and that sort of thing. Money does go towards that, even though we do charge those for those events as well. Some of the money is used to offset cost on those. So again, those are used for events.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time discussing, this policy in particular. But the other things I noticed that there's been added items, the American Welding Society, the Educators Rising, Future Farmers of America, and those are dues for each one of those. And again, I do not remember ever having dues. I was in the FFA for several years. We never had dues. So we're going to get questions as to what these dues are for.
They pay for the dues to that organization. So instead of the school paying for the dues are passed on to students individually to pay for the dues. We can take it, but we're going to need more funds to do that in the future. So like Beta Club, students pay dues. This students pay the dues.
Mr. Wooster, I graduated in '75, and in every club I belonged to, math club, every club, medical club, we pay dues to belong to those associations. Some of these are new, like the Welding and Educators Rising. We had future teachers, I think, during that time. But the future farmers, yes, they pay dues. They may not have paid $12, may have been $1, $2, but dues were there.
So like those organizations, state organizations, national organizations, if we're going to be members of them, we have to pay the dues. And so it's passed along to the students.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just bringing this up because
no
I'm getting
problem.
these questions myself.
Happy to answer.
Thank you. I'm done.
Okay.
Thanks, ladies. Pending any other questions, we'll move over to 17.2, second read. And just, I'll give the board some comments, but I want to open this one up if I may. First, thank you, Mrs. Briggs. Thank you, Dr. Kramer, for allowing me to work directly with Mrs. Briggs. I think of the, was almost 40, 50 of them. Of all those policies, I think 90% of them, I worked directly with Mrs. Briggs to make some minor changes. So thank you. She spent an enormous amount of time on that. Thanks for putting up with that. And before we make a motion, and again, I want to allow everybody some comment time here, but I would like to table, before we make a motion, I propose that we table JDG and JGE. Yes, ma'am. Hold on here. Get myself together. It's one policy with two names. It's JGD-JGE, student suspension and expulsion. And towards the end of that policy, in section 8, Roman numeral 8, it talks about coming back from being suspended or expelled. And so after some conversation with Mrs. Briggs, I understand that if a student is expelled, that student's parent must meet with the principal and or the principal's designee before returning back to school. So my proposal, my request, is to table that particular policy and add a line that says something to the effect of, the parent or guardian of any student that has been suspended or expelled will meet with the student's principal or designee prior to being allowed to return to school. So just one second. You can't hear me? So I want to add a line to section 8 that says the parent or guardian of any student that has been suspended or expelled will meet with the student's principal or designee prior to being allowed to return to school. So it's my understanding that that's already an internal practice that happens. So I'm not asking to do anything that we don't already do. I just want to add it to that particular policy so that there's no question. And so if
we do that,
there's no objection
we do.
To that, that's the one policy that I would like to table for further work. And it's my opinion that we can approve the rest as presented. And I'll leave it to you for any further comments.
You would like to table it for what reason?
I would like to add that line to it. And if we want to add that line now, we can do that.
Oh, we can table it. I just wanted to clarify why you wanted to table it. To add the line that the parents must meet with the administration prior to the student returning to school.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, that has been a policy for years. I thought it was already written policy.
It's been a practice.
It's been a
but not
practice.
written.
Right.
I got you.
Right.
So I don't
It's
want
been
to.
practice for years.
Yes, ma'am. And I don't want to reinvent the wheel. I just
Okay.
want it written.
All right.
Good enough. We can
So
certainly do
we
that,
can
Mr. Vice
We can do
Chair.
it next month.
So pending any other comments on any other policies from where I'm sitting,
I'm finished.
I will approve. I will vote to support approving every other one as presented tonight. And I'll leave it to you folks for further comments.
Do we need a motion on the table to table that one?
I suggest that the motion would sound something along the lines of, I move to approve
I'll do
all
it.
policies for second read as presented, except policy
JGD, JGE.
JGE. Yes.
So moved. You just made the motion, so moved.
Second, you can do that.
We have a motion and we have a second. Do you need me to say it again, Ms. Whitlow?
No. It's too many words.
Just to clarify, motion to approve all second read policies as presented except JGD, JGE.
Correct.
Correct.
We're going to table
So
that.
we have a motion and a second, so any discussion?
Mr. Marsh and then Mrs. Tynes.
Yes. And I do have one comment to add for the sake of discussion. Policy JFC, and that policy, bear with me, JFC is student conduct. In that policy, it says the Wight County School Board and superintendent biannually review the model student code of conduct developed by the Virginia Board of Education to incorporate into policy and the standards of student conduct, a range of discipline options and alternatives to preserve a safe and non-disruptive environment for effective learning and teaching. So the last time that has occurred was August 2021. And so tonight, my request on a gentleman's agreement was that Mr. Kramer, who I understand has already done this, would review any updates or findings that have been made to our code of conduct and present it to the board at our next meeting as an information so that we satisfy this policy. Does that make sense to you?
I think we are clear. So at the next meeting, you would like us to provide you with an update?
Yes. Let us know what you did, what was reviewed, and what your outcomes are. Just because the policy says biannually we're going to do it, and the last time it occurred was 2 years ago this month.
Certainly. And I think similar to the last policy, these are many things that I'm sure we do, and we can merely share with you what we've done and what we are currently doing.
Yes, sir.
Will do.
Any other comments?
Duly noted.
Sir? Take a vote.
Mrs. Tynes?
Oh, yay. I'm sorry.
Motion carries. And that takes us to item, 17.3, VSBA Media Honor Roll. Did I miss one?
Oh, that's VSB Honor Roll. I asked for that to be added to the agenda. If you all noticed, earlier this year, we had one of the local medias to come in to interview. Many of us, we were interviewed that day. It was a regular board meeting day. I know Mr. Cunningham, Mr. Collick, and myself. I don't know if Mr. Wooster or Mr. Marsh had an opportunity to sit down with her. And they were with us for a long period, and as well as they stayed during the duration of our meeting. And I wanted to recognize that particular organization because they came in, they were very professional, and even with their interviews, they were professional with that. And when they went in and after interviewing us, what they put out there to the public, they were, I admired for what they put out there, because a lot of times when they come and do those interviews, they put little hit things out there that will, as far as the public is concerned, it sort of agitate them. And then they'll come back and, say things to the board members or whomever they're talking about. But it was a positive day, positive interviews, and they actually told the truth. And I really liked the way they covered that story. Because during that time, we had a lot of things going on, and especially with some of the policy changes and all, and they really did a great job the way they handled it. It was very professional. So I just feel like this is something that Virginia School Board Association does every year. Over the years, we have sent a media source in that have covered something of schools or our board meetings, and pretty much they're the only ones that have really covered us that intensive this year. So this is why I asked. It's nothing, the only thing we have to do is just do this, a resolution, and send it to the Virginia School Board Association, and in November, they will honor that media source. And I really didn't want to give the name tonight of the media source, but if you remember, it's on there then, because it was Kiana Patterson, right? She was the reporter, Ms. Kiana Patterson.
Thanks, Mrs. Tynes.
So it is an action item?
It is an action item.
And I would like to make a motion to approve the Virginia School Board Association Media Honor Roll Resolution as attached.
Second.
A motion and a second. Discussion?
I just got a question on this. I'm reading over this one again, and it seems to me like this would be for something that went above and beyond a normal practice. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I do not know this person, and I was not part of any interview. How did she actually go above and beyond, aside from actually doing what she was being paid to do?
Because normally when when reporters, they contact us by phone. That's normally how they would contact us. But they came out to our meetings place. And if you can remember, Mr. Woos, they set up over there, and the photographer was with us. And as I know, I got my interview as we came out of a closed session. When we finished the closed session, I came out and they interviewed me out in the vestibule of Westside out here. And it's the way she handled it. She sat down, she asked the questions, and I had an opportunity to answer her. And that's why I felt she went beyond, because they normally don't do that. If they show up, sometime if they do show up to a meeting, they come with a little notepad and their pen and ask one question and they're gone, okay? And then they print out what they want or they report what they want. And we have and she even followed up with me. I don't know if she followed up with the rest of you, but she called me and she followed up on some things. And she also asked me if anything, if I changed my mind about some of the things that were going on that in my interview, to please let her know. So she did go above and beyond, because we normally don't get reporters to do that. We have not had one to do that in it's been about 8 years when some things were going on here in this county. Been a little over 8 years. And they came down. We had them all here then. I mean, we had some national reporters here. But she was, it's Channel 3. She was with Channel 3. And Kiana Patterson, yes. News 3.
So I remember Miss Patterson well. She interviewed me right over there in that little vestibule. It was a quick interview. She was very polite and professional. I handed her my business card with my name on it. She took, 45 seconds worth of video. We adjourned from that meeting. It was a long night. It was one of those nights. I go home, I pull in my driveway, and as I'm sitting in my car trying to decompress, it was probably midnight or later. I look on my phone, and on the news, I see the story pop up, and my name was misspelled, and my words were incorrectly quoted. So the last thing I wanted to do was have her release this to the entire Hampton Roads area, and Lord knows who else, with a misspelled name and an incorrect quote. So I immediately called her, and I sat in my phone, now 12:30 in the morning on a Thursday night, and I spoke to the lady and explained how she had incorrectly quoted what I said. So she said, no problem. So she changed it. An hour or so goes by. I get ready to go to bed, and I look at the website. Once again, she corrected what I said, but she had again misspelled my name. So while she was undoubtedly very professional and fair, she was not accurate. So I would feel a lot better about nominating Mrs. Briggs or even Mr. David in the back for the VSBA Media Honor Roll over Mrs. Patterson. And that's it. I'll yield to that.
Do you know, sometimes, you've been to one of those news stations, a lot of times they're not doing the input. Someone else is doing the input for them.
Yes, ma'am, 100%, but you've got a resolution here that says she was accurate, and it was not. So that's
just
it.
one word in the resolution, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
We still need to vote.
We have any other comments? We have a motion and a second. We'll take a vote.
Mrs. Tynes?
Oh. Yay.
Motion is a tie 2-2. As per our bylaws, we'll put it on the agenda for next month for a revote. And that moves us over to 18.1, regulations and exhibits. This is just an informational.
Are there any questions? I or one of my colleagues will be able to answer any of those questions.
I don't have any questions.
One comment, one suggestion, Dr. Kramer, maybe consider adding a line on ECABR, your regulation, that your bomb threat checklist is placed everywhere there's a phone.
Would you repeat that, Mr.
I just
Vice
make
Chair?
a suggestion when you're looking at ECABR, that's your bomb threat procedures. Perhaps you could add a line, or maybe consider adding a line that says, "Hey, you're going to have this posted everywhere there's a phone."
Okay.
See, that may not work for you folks, but
No, I'll certainly look into that. Is
Yeah.
Dr. Coleman here? Well, we have that. Thank you, sir.
I can work with Mr. Brinkley on that as well.
and that may already be the case. I don't know.
Okay. Thank you. We'll certainly do that. If it's not already done, we'll look into it.
Okay.
Any other comments? Thanks, Ms. Briggs. All right, and that moves us to 19.1, board member committee reports, participation activities, and comments. Let's start with Ms. Tynes, you want to start? Okay, Mr. Cunningham?
Don't have anything tonight, other than it's golf season at the high school. Both high schools follow the golf team. I mean, support Smithfield and support Windsor. That's all I got. Thank you.
Mrs. Tynes?
Yes, I would like to thank Mrs. Denson and the Hardy Elementary School team for donating this polo shirt I'm wearing this evening. And I had planned to wear Windsor High Schools, which I thought Mr. Cunningham was going to wear the Windsor High, but he said he couldn't find it. He had misplaced it, so he came back with his Isle of Wight, but that's fine. This is the season that we normally try to wear one of the shirts that the buildings, from the school buildings, to represent. And I said, well, I had said that I was going to wear my Windsor High School as well, but I talked to Mr. Cunningham this morning. I called him. I said, you wear Windsor High. So when I got to Hardy and Mrs. Denson gifted this to me today, I thanked her and I said, you know what? I don't want to wait until next year because there's a possibility I won't be here, okay? So I will wear it tonight because tonight will be the only night I could wear it. So I said, well, Mr. Cunningham will represent Windsor High and I will represent Hardy with our shirts, and thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Tynes. Mr. Wooster?
I've got a quick update. It's not on myself, but it's from a person who could not attend the meeting tonight. It is dealing with Stop the Bleed kits. And if we remember back, both Ethan and Cadence headed that program up. Just a quick update, the Carrollton Ruritans have donated roughly 10 kits. There was another person in the community who started a GoFundMe campaign and received $900 to go towards these kits. She has directly ordered from the manufacturer, and we're looking at 24 kits coming with those. There's a few more citizens that have sent kits in, and this week, both the students, Ethan and Cadence, they met with the Windsor Lions Club, and they are purchasing $500 worth of the Stop the Bleed kits as well. So what we're looking at right now between last spring and this summer, that gets us to over 125 kits, which the two students have been able to provide to all the Wight County Schools. along with a $1,000 grant to purchase the training kit. This update comes from Heidi Schwartz.
Thanks, Mr. Wooster. Before I forget, for a public announcement on August 28th, 10 a.m., that's August 28th, 10 a.m., ribbon cutting, Hardy Elementary. Be there or be square. That's a big deal. And I think, according to the memo, there's going to be quite a few people in attendance. Thanks, Dr. Kramer, for putting that together.
Actually, it's Ms. Briggs.
Mrs. Briggs.
This is, yeah, I saw Mrs. Briggs' water tower today, and I am very proud of that building. Everything about it is the community as a whole, because during my interview today that I had, I actually explained how we've always been a happy community on coming out of that section, and even the Smithfield as a whole. It has always been a happy community. And the people are excited about Hardy Elementary. They're excited about coming out to visiting the school. And I'm just hoping that the students are happy with everything that we all have done to put into that building. And of all of the people I would like to thank are the citizens of Wight County, because without them, it never could have happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tynes. And again, thanks, Ms. Briggs. Another public announcement is, and help me out, Mrs. Briggs, the Wight Education Foundation has their date set for their Black Tie Gala, November 4th, if memory serves, 6 p.m., Smithfield Center. So mark your calendars. I had the privilege of participating in the Wight Education Foundation Touch a Truck a couple of weeks ago. Took my daddy's antique tractor out there and had a bunch of little knuckleheads, I have no idea who they were, bouncing around on my tractor. It was pretty neat. It was a good turnout by all. Yes, ma'am.
Correction, Friday, November 3rd.
Friday, November 3rd, 6 p.m., Smithfield Center, Wight Education Foundation Black Tie Gala. All right, so that's two public announcements. And for my fellow board members, we've all had the opportunity to read Mr. Kramer's self-evaluation, his own self-critique, and his inputs to the board. We all had the opportunity to provide feedback in our own evaluations. My suggestion is that over the next few weeks, in preparation for the next regular meeting, that we could all come up with 3, maybe 4 priorities that are important to you, that are achievable and measurable, that we can discuss and agree upon, and as a collective, present to Superintendent Kramer as a final of his evaluation. As an example would be perhaps improve overall academic achievement, either grade level, whatever the case may be, by X number of %. That's just a suggestion off the top of my head. So again, my request is to put some thought into that. If you have any ideas or you want to have a discussion, we'll put it on the agenda. 3 or 4 measurable and achievable priorities for Wight County Schools as a whole.
Are you asking us to come up with some goals that we would like to see Dr. Kramer achieve for the 2023-2024 school year?
Yes.
Okay, because what you just said, Dr. Kramer has sent to us, he was completing his portion of the evaluation for the 2022, where he started with us, 2023 year. I don't want a confusion there, because that is an evaluation of an employee in which we employ. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
And so you're making a public announcement of it. I just want to clarify.
The evaluation is done.
I just want to clarify that. That's
so
it.
Yes, I'm not going to put his performance on public display. What I'm asking my fellow board members to do is to come up, brainstorm with our own measurable and achievable goals that we can collectively agree on and vote on for the upcoming school year. And if we can't do it, we can't do it, but that's my request.
Normally what we would do is we have 5 board members, and each board member would submit their goals, okay? We would submit those goals to the board chair. And if some of them could overlap, because I don't know what you're going to have, I don't know what any of you are going to have, but if they overlap, then the board chair would just say, okay, 3 of them got the same goal, I just put that one down once, and that's how it's done. And then we will go into a closed session, meet with the superintendent, and discuss the goals.
So then you don't want to do what I'm asking?
I mean, I'm trying to keep it where he won't want to sue us one day. I'm just trying to keep it, I'm trying to keep it in order.
Okay.
This is what we normally do, okay? And we can change it if we want to, but some of the guideline, it comes down from the state what we need to do.
I agree. I agree 100%.
Your goal for him could be different from my goals, and some of your goals could be the same as my goals. But we should, if you want to say in a couple of weeks, submit these goals to the board chair, we can do that, okay? Maybe we don't have a new goal for him.
And that's fine. If you don't have one, that's fine. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
If there's anything specific that's measurable and achievable. Yes, sir.
All right. Chair Colick, Mrs. Tynes and I went through the training for evaluating superintendents. We need to sit down and discuss that, because I know, I don't think, Mr. March, you haven't gone through the training. You haven't either. Okay. So we want to make sure we're on the same sheet of music. So I recommend we have a work session so we can all get on the same sheet of music. Then we discuss what we're supposed to do to evaluate the superintendent. Just coming up with some ideas is not the way to do it. I mean, we can do that, but it's not the right way to do it. So, I mean, you got good ideas, but the thing is, we got to do it in order. And Mr. Colick, I'm sure, I don't know if he's already spoken to you about that, but
at length.
Oh, he has?
At length.
So I still think we need a work session so we can put this together.
Okay.
And
all I want to do is come up with a measurable and achievable outcome.
And we will.
And being that you brought the subject up, and this is a public meeting, I'm going to put it out there that the superintendent, this was his first year here, normally that's led by the board chair. I did my portion when I was board chair, because that was when Dr. Kramer came on board. We went into our closed session. We sat down with Dr. Kramer and discussed with him our goals. And he had submitted his goals for the year to us at that particular time. And I told all of the board members what they needed to do. We would come back in early spring, and at that point, we will assess the evaluation to make sure that what Dr. Kramer had given us and the goals that we had for him, and do the check off. And at that point, we will come back and compile all of those things together, come back into another closed session with him, and discuss his evaluation, the final evaluation. Well, from January up to that, nothing happened, and something should have happened. So I think the public needs to know the board failed Dr. Kramer. Dr. Kramer did his part, but the board didn't do their part.
That's fair. That's fair. I don't disagree with you. It should have been done a little sooner. But there is no written suspense date for completing it. It does not exist. So, okay, we'll discuss it further. Any other comments? Dr. Kramer. Thank you. We're adjourned.